Section K, School Community Relations, an information discussion item only, and we'd like to welcome the executive leader from the Arizona School Board Association to help us out with this policy.
Sure. Thank you very much for having me.
Madam President, members of the board, David is our ALTA representative here today, and he's an attorney, going to help us with why ALTA is recommending, what's recommending, and help answer questions. And I think you've all been introduced before to my paralegal, Louise Quesada. She helps me keep these organized, and so we can give you a little bit of sort of the organizational history and how things have evolved. So I've gone ahead and put the red lines up on the screen, and I'll get up and scroll through them as we talk about them. We provided these policies along with an explanatory memo to you and requested any feedback or questions that you might have. We didn't receive any, so anything that you have today, we'll just have that discussion. You want to go ahead and start with the first one?
Sure. Policy KA, School Community Home Relations, Goals, Priority Objectives. The last time it appeared that Scottsdale went through a policy review was June 8th, 2004, and then in March of 2014, a draft is being developed from that. There was actually no KA in 2004. The decision was apparently made not to have that in the policy manual, but my understanding is now it's perhaps being accepted with copyright. It's very self-explanatory, lays out goals, priority objectives, and one of the things that's important to remember in considering our policy manual as a whole is it's really conducive to flexibility and adapting to what the individual school boards feel they need. That being said, we do promote some uniformity, just like but in this case, I think the goals and objectives are pretty clear, pretty uniform, as I said, to everybody, and it would be something where if you felt something was more important to add or something was less important, you can certainly do that, but it's a general run-through of goals and priorities of any school district and having the relations with families. I know Scottsdale is very big in terms of parental involvement, which is a great thing, and that's where the flexibility is very useful too.
Any questions or comments about KA?
Can you just, I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, so on the screen, remind me again what the red line is.
Oh, absolutely. So the red line, and some of this is going to be formatting-wise, can be a little bit confusing when you do it, but we run the two policies together. The current policy of the school district is run with our master policy, and then what you'll find is everything that's in black is in concurrence. So both the Scottsdale Unified School District Manual and our master policy manual are in agreement. Those are in both of them. Where it's crossed out red, that's something that's been removed from our master, but it's still in the current Scottsdale Unified School District Manual, and we're suggesting to take it out. The blue is what is in the master, but is not currently in the Scottsdale Manual, and that's what we suggest adding. The important thing when looking at that, because crossed out in red can be deemed like, oh, that's something bad, nothing is a judgment call on this. This is just whether or not it agrees with our master policy. And to say agree just means whether or not they're in line. So it's not saying you shouldn't have this or you should have this in the sense that you're wrong if you do or you don't. It's just kind of saying whether or not it's in complete agreement with what we have. So it might be kind of confusing here where it's crossing out KB, but that's just because the way the program does it eliminates whatever is first. So KB we're going to come across later. The reason it's crossed out here is because there was no KA in the current Scottsdale manual. So it's saying that you should add it here. So any points of confusion I can try and clarify today.
Can you also remind us why the green shows up?
The green is something I've been dealing with myself. Typically, the green is going to be blue for the most part. And again, it's just the program itself that we use. For some reason, the green comes up because the words might match in KB that are in KA, and so it's just something I kind of look past, and for the most part, the green is also going to be blue. So I am sorry for that confusion, but that's something I kind of run across.
Thank you. On the version that we got, if you scroll down a little bit on this page, and I'm going to see if it's the same as there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 6th bullet down, confused by a sentence.
To bring about citizen understanding?
Yes, to bring about citizen understanding of the need for the improvement and what must, I'm not exactly sure what that sentence is saying there. The need for the improvement of what, I guess I just didn't understand the.
Improvement in terms of.
To bring about citizen understanding of the need for the improvement and what must be done to facilitate essential change. Is that improvement of the district or?
It's improvement all around, yeah, the district, the education of the kids, yeah. It's just kind of a catch-all phrase.
I guess it would seem more of the need for improvement. Just not improvement threw me for a loop, just the language itself. And it's not, the meaning is really behind it.
Yeah,
throwing that out there.
Absolutely.
I agree.
When I read it, yeah, it's like improvement of what? It was my question as I read it.
Right, because the main sentence doesn't talk about specific improvements.
Right.
Okay. Yeah,
So, an idea there. Thank you.
Do you want? In that line, I would like to, I mean, I think one of the things that Scottsdale does really well and is the need for continual improvement, that it's just something that's always on the radar. And I would say what must be done to facilitate reaching our goal rather than just, essential change doesn't really be specific enough, I don't think. Okay, so to bring about citizen understanding of the need for, we'll take out the improvement and what must be done to facilitate, you don't like essential change, is that? Yeah, I would say the need for continual improvement. And what must be done to facilitate essential change, if you want to change that? Done to facilitate, achievement. Goal achievement. Okay. Or achievement of goals. Okay. Do you want me to just call on people? Yes. Yes, okay. Yes, because, and then we can identify who's talking on the board member Kirby.
Overall, how does this particular policy fit into the district goals that we just created? This is saying what another goal should be, or an area of goals.
David, I noticed that this one doesn't seem to be based on statute, like parental involvement in schools is actually based on a statute.
Correct.
Do you have a history as to why ASBA suggested this policy?
Sure, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, it's all kind of meant for flexibility. The manual is a compliance-driven model, so it provides what we feel is needed, but it doesn't always provide what is absolutely needed in each individual school district, and it will cover statute and what's necessary by statute, as Michelle mentioned, and that'll come across, for instance, in KB with parental rights, but certain things are not essential to follow statute. It's just meant to cover the basics of what is deemed helpful throughout all the school districts.
The only reason I ask is I think they're lovely goals and meaningful, but we don't have anything in place to measure our success against achieving these goals, and so it will just become shelfware without actionable, measurable initiatives behind them. And so they're lovely. I'm just not sure that they will actually do anything.
We do tend to have lots of layers of this kind of language in our district, and I mean that's really a discussion among the members as to whether you want another layer. We didn't previously have KA. I don't know why we didn't previously have. Well, you said in 2004 it didn't exist, but
no, it did.
Oh, it did.
Not in the Scottsdale manual in 2004, and yeah, I don't know the reason behind that, except to say that every board can accept or reject the policies as long as outside of those that are statute driven. It's encouraged that they keep those, but it might have just been seen as a formality that was unnecessary back then, but I can't speak for it.
And maybe the board wants to think about this one and how it fits and come back to it. give us feedback. Yeah, we're going to go with it.
So I even wonder, just removing from the title goals, priority, objectives, so it maybe doesn't cloud those two different things, just labeling school, community, home relations. Taking out that goals, right, exactly. Yeah. That would be like, well, these are their goals, but,
right.
you know, and they make it simple, but
so
it that way.
Community, home relations? Yeah, I think that's...
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comment or discussion on this one? And I think you all know, but we're taking notes, and we'll put all the feedback together and send it back out to you all before we bring it back. Okay, so KP, parental involvement in education. As I mentioned earlier, this is based on a statute that I think of as, I don't know if it's officially called the Parent Bill of Rights, but that's kind of what I think of it as. David, do you want to talk about the suggested changes, or should we just go for questions?
Sure. Well, KB was accepted with copyright in the current manual that was set in 2004. Some changes have been made based on our policy advisories. Policy advisories go out in response to the different legislative sessions and the statutes that come about. So those changes were made in 2009, 2010, and 2011. So this current model reflects those. And those were really fairly minor in terms of what they were saying. Statute-wise, it was just clarifying some things in the Parental Bill of Rights. So that's how it came to its current format. So the reason it's different from 2004 is because of those changes in statute.
So the blue just tracks the updated.
Exactly. So the blue is the new language that was recommended in those past three policy advisories.
Do you have any questions or discussion on that? Yes, Corbin.
So on the third bullet, where the added language and request an alternative assignment, are we already doing this in practice now?
Yes, we do. One place where we get a question every year is as to standardized testing. And the Attorney General has issued an opinion and updated the letter since A.B. Merritt came to be, clarifying that the 15-102, that the Parent Bill of Rights does not apply to opting out of that testing. But what we do in practice is if somebody requesting to opt out, we say, if your students come into school, we will try to test them, but if they're not going to test, we will find.
We do this specifically in the high schools with English language arts. We've had some novels.
Yeah.
We've had some novels that a parent or two has objected to, and they've been given an alternative set of novels to choose from.
So do we need to address the testing separately in this?
Do you have any thoughts about that, David? I mean, we've got an Attorney General opinion from when it was Ames, and then they updated the letter to clarify that it was appropriate for A.B. Merritt. I don't know.
When our policy advisories go out, oftentimes you'll find the language that we put in the policy comes straight out of the bill and the subsequent statute. So those line up. The reason that might have been left out is just because it wasn't in the statute, and again, it's just meant to be compliance driven. So if it's something that's felt necessary to add, it can be. But in terms of adding it now, it wouldn't be required by law.
And I see Dr. Neil just walked in. We're talking about the Parent Bill of Rights statute and policy, and we were talking about, opt-out. And the question was, would it be good to add in language that this doesn't apply to the standardized testing? I don't know if you ever thought about that. Sorry to put you on the spot, but right when you walked in.
How would you suggest that we put in? The Attorney General's opinion is pretty straightforward.
We could use language straight out of that letter or opinion if we wanted to. The pushback, I guess, we would get if it's not set forth in the statute. It's an opinion about the statute.
But would it not be, this is a legal question, helpful, would it be helpful or harmful to have a district policy as something to refer to in case a parent comes and says, I want to opt my child out of the standardized test,
you have the opinion, we've recognized the opinion in our policy. Does that help or harm?
See, I could see it being helpful because we often have people say, where is that in your policy? But I don't know how our sites might feel about that.
Madam President, Ms. Kirby, I think our sites would probably welcome that. Many of the principals feel handcuffed because they're caught between a statute, an attorney general's opinion, and then the parents, working between the three stakeholders and making sure that we do what's right for kids. Again, it's a slippery slope because within that statute, it talks about the parents have the ability to opt out of something that they feel is harmful to their child. That's
right.
Exactly. So then many times parents try to use that verbiage within the statute to say, I feel that this is harmful. But then in the Attorney General's opinion, it states that they cannot opt out of standardized testing, and you can't find it harmful. So slippery slope.
This year we had one parent who had one middle school and one elementary school student, and we worked specifically with that parent. They sent us quite a lengthy set of letters regarding constitutional infringement and things, and we just decided that we would work directly with that parent and not dig in our heels because it was an individual parent. But it may be something we want to consider, some additional language.
And the language, if I remember correctly from the letter, is that the standardized testing doesn't constitute a learning material that they can opt out of. So we can add some language in and send it back out to you and see what you think.
I'm just asking a question to myself for the first time, so I don't really know that I have an opinion one way or the other. And if you guys vet it amongst yourselves and the sites and you come up with a different point of view, let's continue to talk about it.
We'll propose some language and share it with our principals and bring it back.
Can I keep going? Let's see what page. I think it's the second page of this, and it's 8th bullet down, and it says the right to review their child's standardized norm reference test results. And maybe I missed it, but what about just any test? The parent's right to review any test, not just standardized tests.
I'm looking at Dr. Sonnet and McNeil. I don't think we prevent parents from doing that.
Well, we have some teachers that have done that in the past.
Okay.
Teachers that have not allowed parents to see tests.
Yes.
That could be problematic. I would think that common practice would be that anything that I'm providing for my students in my class, the parents are welcome to see.
The only area that comes to mind for me is where we have tests like gifted testing that's not allowed to share the protocols.
Yeah, Magnary or the COGAT, no, those are.
And dollar testing.
Right. There are a few.
But there's a difference between test results and
That's true.
actual test itself, too.
Correct.
The difference is the results.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think that, I'm sorry.
Well, the Naglieri, Stella, okay, fine. I'm actually asking more about things like math placement tests, tests in the normal course of instruction during the school year. As a parent, I would want to be able to see that. And I wouldn't want to sign off on a district policy that precluded our parents from seeing those kinds of tests. I mean, I get the gifted and some of these other more confidential things. And the policy appears to be silent on tests other than standardized norm reference testing. And maybe it's not. Maybe it's buried in some other language.
I haven't seen it.
So would we include a separate bullet for instructional tests? Any classroom tests or instructional tests or something like that? Because that particular bullet specifically mentions, or you went to ARS 15-743, I don't know that I would want to mix it up, but maybe an additional bullet that talks about instructional assessment. With that,
Madam President Kirby, I struggle with the math placement test, for example. That is a secure document that I would feel uncomfortable with letting parents see it, because then you could have children studying for that to perhaps skip a grade. So if there is going to be a bullet or some verbiage in there, I think it needs to be very cleared out that it's cited specific to the classroom on the day-to-day instruction. That would be my suggestion.
results rather than the
Or results.
What is the math placement test? What are the, is it a standardized test, or is it?
It's a diagnostic assessment that we use that comes with our instructional materials.
Is it,
Forecast students,
how does it look, though? Is it
multiple choice.
multiple choice? So the test result would simply be, they got 8 out of 10 right.
Right, that's the number, right? We do share where a student plays, what their number is. We don't share the actual test, because it is, we use it year after year after year. We use it for 2 straight years.
And you, so if I was a parent and had a child who didn't get placed, and you would say, well, they only got 4 out of 10 correct, making up, I'm sure there's many more than 10 questions. I would not be able to see which 6 they missed, so that I, as a parent, would know where their understanding was lacking.
Correct. That's our current system. We do show the results of the matrices, and math placement is around 1 in 50 tests. So it is an entire matrices, and 1 in 50 that also includes teacher recommendations, and our teachers have asked, please don't share my recommendation to the parent. I don't want to be the bad guy that said I'm keeping them out or I don't recommend them. They would like that to be anonymous. So there's more complexity to the matrices of how it gets replaced.
So if I have a parent, if I'm a parent with a child who didn't get placed, didn't get accelerated in math, I don't get to see the test they took. I don't get to see the teacher's recommendation. I'm operating very much in the dark as a parent.
And the benchmark scores are part of the 5% of the matrices, and parents do have access to all benchmark information. So they will be able to see how their students perform based on the standards, not the individual test question, but they can, when they go into Galileo, they can see how my child scored on this particular concept.
But on the benchmarks, but they can't do that in the diagnostic test.
Exactly.
Could we make our diagnostic, could we?
It's not a standards-based tool. It is about conceptual thinking and their ability to think and reason. And it's not necessarily just computational. So it's not perfectly aligned to the standard. So it's a different type of assessment.
But is there a way
it's quite diagnostic, and it's similar to a cognitive ability test. It's not a standard.
But is there a way to identify any gaps based on that? And maybe that's what we can do, is have a report that will do that.
And parents can reach out to the teacher and say, did you recognize my child, or why not? And they might be very comfortable with that. So we always have them talk to the teacher about it, but the teacher has said, as a wholesale group, please don't advertise that, because that really puts us in a difficult position. So we said, great, but we don't direct parents about questioning back to you. Said, great, we would handle it individually, but not as a wholesale sharing.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Did you have a question for the results?
Well, it was more of a comment, and it's just even gotten that much stronger, is that feeling of, I'm seeing a lot of complexities here, maybe a lot of different scenarios that we couldn't maybe begin to picture here today. So I'm just getting a little nervous as the idea of crafting new language and putting something in a policy regarding this, before really trying to understand all the points of view and the complexities of this situation,
and making it, by being silent, it allows total flexibility case by case, right?
Yeah, I was actually going to comment that this is based on, again, that statute of parent bill of rights, and so I'm not looking at the actual statute right now, but I'm sure it tracks exactly within that statute. It's what we must do. And we can, I'm not sure that language about which tests we'll share and how we'll share it belongs on the manual in that way, would be my suggestion.
And I think the manual itself is not designed to anticipate all the contingencies that could come up. It's just as we see here, so many references to ARS 1601, ARS 15873, that directs you to those laws and doesn't try to anticipate what could come up. So again, just compliance driven.
Any other questions or comments on this?
I do. So when opt-out of immunizations, has there been any change in that? Or is it still the same? I'm actually, statutory.
It's still the same. That could change down the road because there's, with what happened, the outbreak from Disneyland and things.
Right.
Different state health departments are looking at those guidelines and may make some other recommendations.
Nothing.
No.
Okay, so there, yeah. How about the right to access the failing school tuition fund pursuant to ARS 15-241? Is that anything that is applies to that?
Tell me where you are.
I'm at the very last bullet on that, on page 12, I think it is.
Right there.
Can you see that? I'm not familiar with that.
I'm not familiar with
And you wouldn't be familiar with it unless you had failing schools. It's schools will schools who find themselves challenged can tap that fund. It's available to them so that students can be tutored in different areas. So essentially, if it's something you're not familiar with, that's a good thing. But again, it's just something we add to those schools that do come across it, and in the unfortunate event that it would come across Scottsdale Unified School District, it's there.
in the bullet just above it, with the student accountability information system, is that still the system that the state is using, or have they converted to the new one yet?
As far as I know, that's what it is. I mean, we are in a position right now where the legislature is adjourned and we're waiting for new laws to come across, but in my recollection, there's nothing to do with that coming up, so.
Because so much of this one policy relates to statute, it might be something worth waiting a little bit to see how everything's going to kind of shake out in the legislative session before we actually look at what on the following page, the one that has a lot of red in it, yes. I answered my own question on one of them. The parent participation in district site-based steering committee, I noticed that actually stated on the previous page now, so I'm okay with striking that. I was wondering about the parent participation in various school district and board committees that are continuing and or established from time to time. Does that appear elsewhere? That is something that we, our previous boards have discussed quite a bit.
That one, it's right there in
The one about curriculum committees, textbook adoption.
See the red right there?
Yeah, no, I see that. I was looking to see if it's elsewhere. Yeah, I don't think it is. So are you saying that's language that you would like to see that we keep?
I would. I think that's something that
Will you see what we're talking about?
the parent participation in various schools, keep it.
Any other comments or questions?
On the very first page, along those lines, we struck site-based shared decision-making processes, including site councils.
Here is the red one, site-based. I thought someplace else. Oh, the right to seek membership on school councils pursuant to ARS 15-351. describing purpose, duties, and membership of the school.
Yeah, because that's direct statute.
Right.
Site council.
That would be on the site council's on the page.
They're referenced, but, I mean, this is, in my mind, kind of a big one, because we do, this it says site-based shared decision-making process. And, I don't know that we all agree on that. Maybe that's why the language is, well, no, because this is just a computer program. I value that site-based shared decision-making process. And I think that's one of the strengths of Scottsdale schools, and could even be greater strength if we allowed more of it.
And maybe you place that sentence right there on the next page where it talks about the site-based, so it's all together.
Okay.
Versus, because I think that's even stronger, because then it really dials in there.
Okay.
Because it doesn't seem to fit really well with,
That may be why.
access and advanced instructional materials, although that part, does seem to fit a little bit better when, we talk about the committees that they, here at Conference is on.
So the suggestion is take that language in red and that bullet and move it down.
The red one, participation in,
Where parental participation.
yeah, trying to put those massages so that the parent, parental participation is kind of going together.
Okay.
And on the last page, this language about a parent submitting written requests for information, is this speaking to FOIA requests or no? This whole section.
That's a really good question, David. I'm not sure because 10 days doesn't relate to purpose. That's a police record issue. And public records, the statute just says prompt because it depends on what's being asked for and what the resources are.
I don't think that's FOIA. I think that's just in general. If a parent wants information from us, it's saying we need to be timely. And so it's giving us a 10-day requirement to respond to them.
Well, okay,
But it's vague and doesn't jive with
Yeah,
what
FOIA-
kinds of
FOIA
information
I know, but what if
Separate.
a parent came to you, Dr. Peterson, or came to a principal and said, I want X, and X was this huge request that would take a good deal number of resources in way more than 10 days.
Well, and I think that's where we could respond back to them and say, because it says, provide the parent a written explanation for denial of the requested information.
Okay.
So we can send that to them and say, this is an overly burdensome thing, we cannot do that.
Do we want to
Do
leave?
you want to modify your request?
Do we
That's
want
what
to
I meant.
leave principals in this policy, or just leave it as in the superintendent?
We could say the superintendent or the designee, which we
Yeah.
often do.
Let's do that.
Okay.
I think it would matter, are we talking about request for information regarding their students?
Right.
Well, that's what I was saying.
It could be anything, it could be a program, I mean,
Principal.
we get some requests for tax credit, all kinds of things we get.
It doesn't necessarily say their student.
Yeah, no, we get all kinds of requests for tax credit, for clubs and all kinds of things that, people ask us about.
And that's why it's a good question, because there's different categories and they have different specific roles and statutes and.
So we'll just change this one to superintendent or designee.
Okay.
That kind of takes some of the.
And usually that's going to be my office or Simar.
Right.
Any other comment or question on this? All right, policy number 3.
Oh, sorry, we were also sent the regulations. Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
We were- Did you want to talk about that?
And I know that, we don't do regulations, but, it is something to be through discussion. My question is actually on the exhibit, not the regulation.
Okay.
And wait till we get there, if anybody has any questions on the regulations.
Anything on the regulations before we move?
Okay, exhibit? Yeah. So the exhibit, the resume outline, this is of an individual, or information on an individual teacher, if a parent requests it. That was that.
So I will tell you, in practice, when I've gotten requests for teachers' CVs, resumes, or qualifications, I've done different things. I've taken their actual document in their personnel file and redacted all the personal information, phone number, address, date of birth, and provided that. I have just listed what the qualifications are. I've never used this exhibit, actually, and I don't know now if we have it. I mean, that doesn't mean it couldn't be useful.
Well, I just wondered if we really use it, or if it's something that's in practice.
We haven't used it really at all.
I want a different question, but I think falls in this area, and I'm going to look at Dr. Von Ecken, because I think it's more of a high school, middle school. But we talked earlier about math placement, and we know there are parents who want their child to move along faster than probably a teacher recommendation would support, or even a test would support. We also have, at the high school level, AP classes, dual enrollment classes, and I know there's varying opinions on, yes, we should allow a child to take whatever rigorous course that they're willing to take, because we never want to hold a child back from taking those level of courses. But on the other hand, do we have children, do we have many that do take these rigorous courses, and the first 10 days they're like, oh, or maybe after the first test, they're like, I can't do this, then they want to drop back down, and then you have to ask yourself, well, how many resources get sucked up then, reaccommodating the child? And I don't know if we have a policy somewhere else that addresses that kind of thing. I don't know that we want a policy to address it, but that is where having parents involved in that decision, that's why I'm bringing it up now under parents and parental involvement, I think could maybe help the child be placed in the right class the first time, so that we cut out a lot of the churning as we're moving kids around and getting their schedule all changed. At the high school level, I know can be very problematic. So,
And board members, so my lens on that is a few years ago we had an OCR voluntary agreement regarding what they call our gifted and talented programs, including AP, IB, and honors. And we developed with them what we call the communication form to document that we were sharing with parents what the possibilities were that I believe our counselors use. Dr. Von Ecken will correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
As well as outside of the OCR really wanted to see the communication, that we were sharing with parents what was available and what we kind of expected of students who took those courses. Our teachers really already had what they call a commitment form, which they wanted for that very reason of, I don't want you to drop after 10 days.
right.
Dr. Von Ecken, do you have anything to add to that as far as how it works practically?
Board Member Kirby, Ms. Marshall is absolutely correct, and we do with the OCR look that we have open access to all of our students. I'll share with you that philosophically, I'm of the belief that we should have open entry and exit in our honoring program. With that said, it is problematic for the sites, and I think when you look at the last 2 years with our class sizes, it becomes very tight with that. But, in working with the Ed Services assistant principals and counselors, I believe very strongly, absolutely, we need to place those children appropriately, but I would never want to discourage a child from trying to take something more rigorous. But there is that delicate dance bit of how do we dial that down and have a change in placement and a change of level is really what that's called And I've encouraged sites to be flexible with that. Do what's best for the child. Maybe that's at the 9 weeks, maybe that's at the semester, but one, be communicating with the student and the parent, and that this process working through the teacher, through the department chair, through the ed services person. So I don't know if that really answers what you have.
So it tells me there are practices in place, which is great. And I'm wondering if the two documents you talked about, the OCR and the teacher commitment form, shouldn't be added to the parent Bill of Rights, that those documents exist.
And I'm just wondering how often they want to look at that again and.
High school planning guide reviews that
Every year.
really every fall. That comes back up, and if there's any tweaking or adjustments we need so that we have better understanding within our communities, we look at that. I think it's well communicated.
Are the parents involved in these decisions as close to 100% of the time?
Dr. Burns?
Board Member Kirby, Mrs. Marshall, and Dr. Van Eck, and I know you guys all know this. I think the obvious question that we haven't answered yet is the parents sign the commitment form as do the students.
Okay, thanks.
And it's
Sorry.
very well outlined. It says this is what you need to do, and I think they were saying, well, of course they do. I just wanted to make that obvious. And we do the same thing with our honors commitment at the middle school with honors courses as well. It mimics the system that we have at high school, so it's 6-12.
Okay.
Does that help? Yes.
Comes to the chair.
You're right.
Thank you.
So, did you have a feeling about whether we have this as an exhibit, this resume outline?
I just think since we're doing the review, if it's something that we don't use, you know,
Okay. The next exhibit is actually also called Parent Bill of Rights. David, is that just more from the statute?
Yeah, exactly. And with exhibits, as you said, if you don't think you're going to use them, it's easy to get rid of them. In this case, KBEB has kind of absorbed some of what the old KCA was, and KCA was something that was unique to Scottsdale, which we don't have because now it's been absorbed as KBEB, and it's just going over Parental Bill of Rights again, as Ms. Marshall said, and it's just meant to give more information on it.
So this would be something we could hand to a parent and say, here's your rights under statute.
Yes.
and I see some of the language that's been struck also in previous sections. So. I think it's an exhibit to stay as close to the language because we're asking to good things so that we're not including our own interpretation in that out.
Are people still reading or do we want to move on to the next one? Okay. So the next one is KCCA, Community Involvement in Bond Campaign. I think that's pretty straightforward.
The only question I had on this one is why just bond campaigns? What about override capital? Why not just all ballot initiatives?
Yeah.
And David, is that somewhere else to park out where we know we should reach out to advocate for overrides or other initiatives? Do we have that elsewhere in the policy?
Not to my knowledge off the top of my head, but that's something we could look into.
And I noticed that it's not citing 15511. This one looks like it must be somewhere else. Because we certainly have dealt with all those rules.
But I agree, it needs to say bond and override.
Okay.
Anything?
Yeah.
Or just
How about ballot?
Ballot.
What I will do is, if we don't have it elsewhere, I'll put it here.
Okay,
If we have it elsewhere, I'll point it out to you and show you where it is.
fair enough.
Because you're right, that's actually more in our lives than.
I don't know if you heard Dr. Peter spoke about ballot initiative.
Yes. KCD, public gifts, donations to schools. So we have the line there, the superintendent shall develop regulations dealing with the offer of a gift to acquire or contract for personal services, which was not part of the standard outcome policy. I don't know the history of why that language was in.
Yeah, that's the standard that's been there since 2004. So that language was placed in there in 2004 for whatever reason. So if it's still something that's functional for you, by all means retain it. But this would be an opportunity to deem it unnecessary if that's the case.
Well, I think why we had it in there is because of our process, that we have a gift committee, if you will, that reviews those and makes that recommendation then to the governing board. For instance, it's not people just going to give us stuff. For instance, we've had old computers and things donated to us because the company would have had to pay to have them disposed of, and we said thank you, but no thank you. We've had some other instances where things have been donated to us that we looked at and said, that's probably not a educational item, and it wouldn't be useful, or in some cases it steers into, some other areas that were probably not appropriate for us. So I think that's why that was there, is because we've used that gift committee to look at it, because Tom and them have needed that in technology. When we've had some parents want to donate things, we said, we can't support that. And so the committee's been the one who's been able to do it, versus we take it all, and then down the road, we've given them a tax-deductible receipt, and then we're left holding some of those things.
And I jumped ahead to the actual regulation. And all the language that is struck is what's unique to, I guess, to SUSD. It's good language. It's very good language.
Agree.
Well thought out.
Yeah.
Fine. And I mean, just one of the things that I remember back around that time was people would donate printers, which sounds really nice, but then there might be more of an expense to the district to have to get different kinds of cartridges in order to keep them up. So I remember quite a bit of discussion at the time.
And this language is important because we commit people.
Right.
And if you don't have that ongoing funding stream, it becomes a major issue.
Well, and you even talk about, the regulation even talks about, do they accrue seniority while they're in this? It's good stuff.
Yeah.
It's very good language.
That has actually saved us quite a bit over the years, so I think we should keep that.
So if we kept all that, we'd want to keep that sentence that's in the policy before, that refers to it.
Okay, yeah. Are we ready to move on? KD, public information and communication. Not yet. Okay.
And again, this is the wording that was accepted. In 2004, there have been a couple of policy advisories. The latest was in July 2012. That was just really straightforward. That was just a little bit of a language change. So most of this is going to be what worked for SUSD in 2004. So again, just like the last policy, if this is what still works for you, let's stick with it.
Okay, so this is, if you go to the third paragraph, it's a sentence all by itself. Non-school originated materials shall not be released to the student without the approval of the principal. We also have a legal policy in place, or process, not policy, process in place where disclaimers are put on the bottom of anything that comes through third-party PTOs, whatever. So, this policy doesn't address that legal process. It just puts the burden on the principal. the two may be in conflict with each other.
And we'll discuss this in quite some detail, I'm sure, when we get to the flyer policy. I'm not sure if you have thought about that on that particular section. Non-school or training material shall not be released to the students without the principal.
But the disclaimer is specifically for our flyers.
Right, and we have
This is a broad thing, so that means we need to make sure.
we have developed a process where principals have authority to approve some things at their site, and then other categories of that kind of information must come through my office and get the disclaimer and meet all those rules.
So the policy just needs to reflect the process we have in place.
Yes.
And what I'm saying is, I don't think this policy language does reflect that process. We just have
And I agree, it's vague, it's not as specific as what we have in our policy practice with the flyer, so I would agree that helps to come out.
So is there concerns with the cross-reference of KHC distribution?
Yes,
And that's our very specific.
right.
Okay. We're going to take that
Yes.
paragraph. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I would just ask that we keep designee in there, because that's where it says superintendent or designee prior to those weeks. So that Dr. Peterson is going to need to.
No, Louise does a great job of championing them, so. we need to
Well, but
make
for
sure.
press releases
Yeah,
or
yeah, you do that.
web address,
Yeah.
web alerts, anything.
Anything else on this? Oh. Here's our Freedom of Information Policy, KDD.
And no changes have been made on KDB on our end since 2004. So this was language that Scottsdale Unified brought into it or left out of it at that time, so.
Are members still reading, or did you? So regulation.
So are we gonna go with those red strikeouts in there, or leave them struck out, or stay with them?
So in red, we have one bullet point, board will not be able to comment on items not on the agenda, since it would violate legal requirements of open meeting law. I see no problem with leaving that in, it's not that there's any harm to repeat that. The next one is the board will hold public work study meetings when it's deemed such meetings appropriate. Again, I don't see any.
Yeah, I think those
that
are good to keep them in. I mean, they recommend, because they don't have it, but I
Right.
think we should keep them.
And I think part of the reason is that, I think it's duplication of some of the governance policies, right? So there might just be a cross-reference to governance policies.
Okay. So the next one is the regulation for the freedom of information policy.
In this,
You might want to add
On this regulation.
yeah.
Okay.
the regulation, I was just going to say, this did come up with the policy advisory number 517 in July of 2014. We eliminated the language at the end there for the reason that districts are not to delay in releasing public information, and this was deemed an unnecessary addition that would cause such delays. So absolutely, the board can review the regulation if they like it, but this was necessary to avoid any delays in releasing that information. It was an issue that came up.
And as Louise was just pointing out to me, we worked on the part in red here about how we charge for records, particularly for records for a commercial purpose. First of all, when people make the request, they're required to tell us whether it's for a commercial purpose or not. We have sometimes challenged it when a company has wanted information that they're using to make a profit. Sometimes they'll say it's not a commercial purpose, and we sort of push back on that because we can't charge more. We can charge actually fair market rate for those requests, and we have done that when we get those requests. And then also...
in some cases, that's been several $1,000s.
Yes, and we actually had one that it was, they were trying to gather information from a lot of districts and sell it, and I went on their website and they had what they charged for the service, and so I just did a multiple of that and said, this is what we'll charge you, and they decided to give me more information. And then we also added bids, $100 per bid file, because we get those fairly regularly. We work with purchasing to say what's fair, because those tend to be kind of big files, and so we came up with a flat fee for that. But we would recommend keeping those in. That's a way of kind of making a fair price for what it takes to put those together. Sorry.
So this is covering public information requests, not just commercial, but any public information request from a parent and...
So if a parent is asking for their student's records, that's under FERPA.
Right.
They don't have to make a public information request for that. They can ask the school. Sometimes they ask my office, but they're free to ask the teacher at the school. Sometimes staff will call me and say, can they have this or that? What do I have to redact? So that's different from this. The public records request, we actually have an online link. It either goes to my office or SIMAR, and we respond promptly and keep a record of what we've given out and keep a copy of what we've given out and charged. And so if it's a commercial purpose, we're allowed to charge more.
Right, I understand that.
If it's not, then we have to do the per page price that we charge. Does that answer your question?
I guess I am encouraged to hear this because I think sometimes public information requests can be costly. And, you know, the fact that it's not just people get, I understand they're going to get charged when they make those requests, I think it's totally appropriate. So that's all.
And understand that anybody can come in and look at a record for free.
Okay.
So this
Right.
is simply for reproduction of records, CDs, videos. You know, we've had requests for bus videos. And if they're not related to a student record, they could be a public record. So this is really just for reproduction. But if you ask me for something, I could invite you in and you could look at everything we have, and then you could tell me, Louise, I would like all these pages copied, and then I would copy them and charge you accordingly.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just wanted to make one comment about the fees, Michelle.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 50 cents per page, but then this actually discusses board minutes and agendas and so forth. Do we want to consider a different charge for that, or do we just want to keep it the flat rate? We don't usually get requests for board documentation.
It's
online. So do we want to put that in or not? I'm just raising that.
I keep it the same. If
Keep
somebody
it the
asks
same.
for it, but if it's online, they can download it online.
I agree with that, and when we did the part that's in red, we had been to an ASBA conference, actually, where one of our esteemed colleagues, Denise Bainton, said to the district, you people don't charge enough for your records. So that's when we looked at it, actually. So I would keep our rate.
So we're not going to, I'm not going to add any of that blue. We're just going to keep it the way it is.
That's what I would recommend.
Okay.
For the prices. Okay.
I did have a question on the third bullet under the fees, where the actual cost is available to discuss. I know that's their language. Do our costs include labor, the time involved?
Well, 50 cents a page, I sure hope so.
But it may not include if we have to go do research and stuff.
And it also depends, if we can charge for employee time under commercial, but not under, the regular public record.
Because there's been times where Michelle had to redact things, and it's taken her hours,
Right.
but we can't charge for that.
My ignorance, the fault, is that a statute we can't charge, or is that a district policy we can't come up with?
That's statutory.
Okay.
It can't be an incredible charge, and it's very specific, like page by page and those types of things.
And actually, just to add, throw this out there, we're talking about costs. I know Mike didn't think $100 was enough for a bid file.
Mike Romanoff, the first.
Yeah, he actually felt it should be like $250, because he said, if I showed you a bid file, you would understand how huge it is, and, so we had already changed it, and he said, it's okay if you leave it, but just so you know, I would actually charge more for a bid file. And doesn't Mesa charge a flat rate?
Actually, we took the $100 from Mesa
Yeah.
when we did that.
Yeah, because their general counsel said we were so cheap that we need to boost up our fees.
So can you explain exactly what would be included in a bid file?
It's everything. It's the RFP, it's all the responses. When they sit around and deal with a bid, they have a team and everybody goes through it and they make their comments. So it's all the costs, what services they would be willing to provide to the district. And so it's all that documentation, any of their contracts that might be associated. So they're quite tremendous supporting. I've never actually seen a live one, but Mike has told me I'll have to go pull a file and call you because he has to go through them, and he says they're voluminous. And of course, I think it depends on the bid too. So, yeah.
So could we raise that? Could we say 200 or actual cost less, or?
I mean, his argument was, if you're going to charge 50 cents a page or $1, why are you only charging 100 for my file? So I think he felt cheapened a bit there. And
New York.
I love Louise.
And the other thing is, whenever somebody does ask for something that's purchasing related, I immediately tell them to make an appointment with her leasing. And they say, oh, thank you, I'll do that. And they go and they look at the bid file. So part of that was a deterrence, because I would get people that say, I want the whole bid file. And then I would say, well, and then purchasing was like, they want the whole file, because they would have to pull a clerk and they'd have to, man the shift for 2 hours or an hour or whatever. And talking about labor costs, it was a lot. So what Mike and I did years ago was we sat down, and I have a template response that I ask. I mean, of course, if they're in Minnesota, that doesn't work. But then we sort of say, sometimes we'll say, Mike, do you want to call this gentleman and see what he wants? And lots of times they just want the bid result. So when we're talking about costs, I just want you to know those alternatives are always offered to anybody local, that they could come and look at the bid file, and 99% of the time, that's what they do. They just call and they go down to Scottsdale, his office.
So remind me again, why wouldn't we just have it 50 cents a page for the bid file?
We could do that. I mean, we could change that. That makes sense.
Yes, and feel very good.
My only question, and we can go back and talk to Mike Romanoff to make sure that this works, is whether pulling it out and figuring out the number is worth that to him. And I just don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
So we'll go back and ask him what works practically and bring him back to that one.
And I could follow up on Board Member Kirby's comments. Why don't we take his recommendation on pricing on this?
Sure. We'll go back to Mike and come back to you with the recommendation. The exhibit. People can use this if they want to. We have a pretty convenient way for people to just click and it automatically goes to the right people. So that's mostly the way we get requests. But the law is that we can't make them go through the online. If they want to do a paper one, if they want to fax it to us, We like the online because it helps us keep track of what we're getting and what we're giving, but,
And it's sent to a listserv, so Dr. Peterson is seeing everything that comes in, and, you know, there's a group of folks. I think Christine is on there if it's media related, so we prefer it that way for those tracking purposes.
I think there's no harm in keeping the exhibit and adding the as the language though, because people are allowed to do it differently if they want to. KDC.
I'm sorry, before we go, do we need a reference in the policy or in the exhibit at all, the online alternative?
Yeah, we can add that. It is also a possibility or an avenue.
Would we put that in the reg or the policy?
Well, I think we would put it
Probably in the regulation, the one.
Yeah.
I think the reg.
in the regulation and the exhibit. Just that people, if they wanted to, regulation, sorry. Okay.
Very good.
Sponsored information media. So we didn't have this one at all, Steve?
Correct.
Okay.
And I believe that's on the memo kind of describes the back and forth we've had with the ASBA in terms of the.
So we didn't have this one at all, and when I saw this part about articles circulated or submitted for publication by district employees in which the district or employees of the district are mentioned directly or indirectly must be cleared by the superintendent. I had a concern about whether we were infringing on people's rights. So when we asked ASBA, and that's in your memo, the explanation was that we could omit that. But they asked us to consider publication in the area of curriculum, lessons, activities, science experiments, math presentations, other creative devices for instruction, evaluation, which the district has supported, funded, researched, and produced. So that's, David, if I'm not mistaken, goes to what we own as a district, you know, what employees have created on district time. So that's the consideration. And maybe we could make the language more clear that that's what we're talking about. When I saw that, I thought, are we telling people they can't talk? You know.
Well, we have a lot of teachers that submit articles to national magazines,
Right.
and we should allow that.
Well, I can tell you, this recently came up with, over at Hohokam, and they came up, and the only way I became aware of it is because the publication wanted a picture then of our teacher actually engaging with students. So again, I would say superintendent or maybe designee,
Yeah, me too.
because I provided the opportunity for that picture.
And then how do the board members feel about this? Can we bring you back some language that makes it more clear that that's what we're talking about?
Definitely. Sure. Anything we can do to eliminate ambiguity.
Okay. Yeah. Next one, use of students and public information program. Okay.
Can we go back to the one before that? Sure. When we looked at that second paragraph, article circulator submitted for publication by district employees in which districts or employees of the district are mentioned directly or indirectly must be cleared by the superintendent. How does that fit in with social media and retweeting things and reposting things on Facebook? Individual teachers or board members or.
And that was exactly my concern, and I think we can actually take the response we got from ASBA clarifying that they're really talking about employees creating materials on district time that then belong to the district. We can make that clear that we're not talking about employees, using their free speech rights.
Right. And I know that one of the law conferences, that ASBA suggested that if, as board members anyway, if we want to retweet anything, to make sure that we include the original source, right? So rather than restating it, right?
So, I think we'll take your feedback and bring back language that they have.
Yeah, I want to consider that, so that nobody would get in trouble if they
Right.
something that the district, you know, that, Christine sends it out, when we retweet, if teachers or governing board members want to resend it, as long as it's the original content.
Okay. So KDCA, also we didn't have data?
Correct.
Okay.
That was not in there as of 2004. We haven't made any changes to it. And so it'll be a matter of whether or not the board wishes to continue to omit it or if it's something that they would like to reconsider.
So I also had a question about the bullet, students shall not solicit or promote district issues without approval by the superintendent's office. I understand why that's there, but I also had the concern of, are we, does it look like we're restricting the students' right to speak? So I would say the same thing, that let us bring back some clarifying language to you for consideration, just to make that clear that we're not trying to infringe on, I mean, students have more rights than we do to speak. So we'll make that clear.
And I think as you were thinking about how to bring clarity, part of it also was with respect to the whole policy, it's, yes, they are our students, but are they only our students during the school day, the bell to bell, or are they students 7 days a week, 24 hours a day? Because, again, I'm thinking, I thought back to all the lemonade stands we had during the campaign. Yeah, so.
Like our kids walk in the neighborhood, do we need David's approval to do that? I don't think so.
So, yeah, just bring some clarity around that, too.
Did you have a comment?
Nope.
Okay.
I guess district issues versus district programs or anything else, because oftentimes students, service learning, or what have you, might be available for an interview during the course of the day.
Right.
And if all of that goes through Dr. Peterson's office,
Yeah, all
I
of
think
them.
it needs to all get done.
A lot of times it's the principal of the school, they're talking with,
it
they're
is.
signing the waiver.
So again, we'll add or designate here.
Please.
Okay.
I think across the board in this section dealing with media and press releases.
Do we have a policy that talks about parents approving that their child can be photographed? Is that I know that's a practice. Is that a policy?
We put in our code of conduct permissions that parents check off on every year, whether they can be photographed for different purposes, receive scholarship information, that kind of thing. So yeah.
So it's in the code of conduct, and the code of conduct is in the policy.
Yeah, reference. In the code of conduct, which is a separate document from the policy manual,
But the policy manual references the code of conduct. And there's that area where it talks with students and
right.
all those areas that
Talks
reference.
about purple rights and
Yeah.
students.
Okay. As long as, so what I'm hearing you say is that we have addressed that and it's linked to a policy somewhere. I think it's.
We'll verify, but yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Also, if there's ever a situation that doesn't seem to have been contemplated in that permission in the code of conduct, I always advise that we give a specific permission for that event. That's come up a few times.
Okay.
KBB, media relations, another one that we didn't have.
So not included in the current manual. There have been no changes on our end, so the language has stayed the same. It's just a matter of whether or not it continues to be omitted or.
Well, the last time we all met, we talked about principal feedback and how they would like to see the board really engage in celebrating our district and being available. I think this kind of speaks to that relationship, and they'd like to have the board more publicly acknowledged, not just in these board settings.
Any comments on that one?
Is there any history why none of these were in our,
I don't know.
there's just a whole chunk of them that all do media and PR, that someone made a decision at some point to not include. And I'm just wondering.
I don't have it. I'm racking my brain. I can't, I know they went through, all the policies, and maybe it's just the ones that
They're good policies.
didn't have, maybe they, any, maybe there's any time to through. You don't have it like that.
That's not an editorial comment.
Yeah, no.
Probably essentially just never got to them. They were new policies that came in at the time. No one ever got to them, so they never were put in the book.
That handles all that.
So KPDA, press releases, conferences, and interviews.
Not that different from what ASHA recommended. Media versus press.
Or designate.
Or designate. Okay, well, ask or designate.
I'm thinking sport.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So ask.
At the end of, superintendent. And then are we keeping press or media?
Do you have a difference?
I don't know, I think that you want to be consistent whenever it's
Media.
I think media is better, because press indicates printed versus media is digital and everything else.
Yeah.
We'll keep media.
I think there's a few further back that
Yeah, there are.
media
Yeah,
stuff, so.
we have media, we'll
Media.
maintain media.
Media,
Okay.
okay.
Okay, this one is. KE, public concerns and complaints.
We have KE.
We have both? Okay.
Yeah, KEB is about personnel.
Oh, thank you, okay. So public concerns and complaints, it looks like we're. So David, this one's not in blue.
Correct, it's all, Scottsdale took it to 2004, we haven't
Okay,
made any
yeah,
changes.
okay.
And you're gonna find out for the next 3 or 4.
Okay. So the regulation that goes with that,
Little language change there, and that may have been taking place in 2004, or that could be something we change without sending out a policy advisory.
well, that makes sense, it's talking about students, so it should be school. The exhibit, we use, and I think that's a good add to get the email address and phone, or we have phone already, just for people to fill out if they want to fill out a paper complaint.
And then that other addition on the end, the projected solution, that's not in ours.
And I think that's a good add to ask what they'd like to see.
Yeah.
So KEB is maybe set up for public to complain if they want to about particular personnel.
And then those little changes are just kind of grammar related. It may have been a change we made to clarify things without sending out an advisory because it's not a substantial change, or it might have been a language change in 2004 that Scottsdale wanted to kind of clarify.
Any questions about that language?
I remember when a lot of Scottsdale Parent Council worked very closely some of this, and these are all on the website, right? Yes. And there are sections so that parents can, if there's a complaint, parents or otherwise, that they can go to the right section.
Yes, so they can go on our policies, and I believe if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Stitt, that they actually go to the HR page and do this.
It's under the parent section. There is what's called concerns and compliments. We also take compliments. So they can go ahead and it takes them right to the process. Right.
We've also had people contact legal and say, hey, I've got a beef, and how do I deal with it? And I've directed them, sat on the phone with them, shows them where to find the document and so forth.
You know, so I'm thinking through what parents don't know, and I'm glad legal tells them because I don't know that that's consistently done, is that if they don't follow this process, then they may not get any response at all. That the parents that I've talked to didn't know about this process. They've been emailing, shooting an email, doing a phone call, and nothing's getting done. Well, it's because you have to follow this process.
That actually should not be the case. I would say, the staff that I've worked with, they get a call, they might call someone else for help in dealing with the issue, but it's been my experience that people try to be responsive, and so, and I would never say you've got to fill this out to get help.
When people call our office, which is often, with complaints, I always direct them to the appropriate administrator. I said, there's a process that we follow, and I've spoken with the principal teacher. I said, okay, the next person I'd like you to speak with would be like the executive school leader.
I think that, and I'm not casting blame on anyone here. I think depending on the severity of the complaint, clearly egregious ones are handled. But if parents can be given the runaround because they didn't follow this process, that happens. It just happens. And so,
I even tell them, if they even say, well, it's more than that, I want to file a complaint against the personnel, then I do direct them.
So I guess the question I would have is how can we avoid having that occur? Is there something in policy that we can do to address that, or is that going to be a practice or process?
I would never have interpreted this as, if you don't follow this, we're not going to do it. We could talk about language that says,
because it should not be this or nothing.
right.
correct. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
We'll bring some language back that talks about this is not your only avenue to complain. This is our process, but it's not your only avenue to complain. You're welcome to talk to your teacher, administrator, that kind of thing.
And don't take away, okay, it's just that those that do follow this process, like I've talked to people who have had complaints for years about the same complaint for years, and then it wasn't until they followed this process that something done. So, and it's not just a few people, it's out there pretty close. We're a big district, we have lots of personnel. So I don't want to take away that if they do follow this process, I want something to be done if they follow this process, because that exists today, right? So I don't want to take that away.
And I think, I know when parent council was about 3 years on this, and I see that, I'm wondering if everything is some of the language from that, but I know that their concern was to take it to, and most principals would say the same thing, take it to the lowest, the closest source possible first, and start there. I know that even in site counselors, we discuss this, where, parents don't tell a teacher if they're unhappy with something, they go straight to the principal, and then the teacher, feels like they were left out of the process or didn't have a chance to solve it before it went to their supervisor. So I think that was the intent of doing this. And honestly, we spent a long time at
We've gotten complaints in the office where I've said, well, who have you talked to so far that you feel you haven't been heard? And then, we sort of, at that point, they start to break down what happened, and then at that point, I recommend, well, I'd like you to talk to the principal, because that is the person you should really start with. And then, if they've talked to the principal and not gotten anywhere, then I recommend the director. And then I take the information and I give a summary to Dave McNeil and, Dr. Von Echten. I said, here's what happened. This is the avenue they went down. And then they take it from there. And I don't hear from them again, so I'm not going to get solid.
Do these official policy complaints get logged and followed up by anyone?
It generally gets lost with HR.
Yeah. We have a procedure on there that talks about if they should talk to the employees first.
Right.
And we go to there.
I'm just trying to understand why these get addressed on a very consistent basis. But then the one-offs, which there are many, many one-offs out there where, they send an email or a phone call in. Those are hit and miss as follow-up.
For the ones that actually come on the paper and come to us, it goes for either Sean, Ann, or myself. We just kind of divvy up who's taking what or what employee involved with something like that. And then we really work from a school setting. We work directly with Mitch and Dave on what that looks like, or the director. And maybe we make sure we do the follow-up once it's come to us and make sure they're getting an email back or something back of, they may not necessarily have done anything, but it was investigated, there was nothing that was found needs to be done. But I don't know if there's maybe that process that the school sites use compared to what the formal ones that come into HR.
So there's some benefit to having them come through this process because of the follow-up that happens on a consistent basis. Just an observation.
Yeah, and to President Steve's point, we've often heard from teachers, well, you're supposed to refer them to me first. You didn't follow our process and our agreement that we're going to refer parents to the teacher first. And so there is that timeline that we can certainly work on sharing how we resolve things with our sites and giving them advice about that.
Would that be in the policy or like in the regulation? How we should, what?
Oh, no, I was talking about training and.
I mean, the reality is many of the ones that I've heard that nothing has been done has usually been a parent complaining about a teacher.
Okay.
Or groups of parents complaining about a teacher for years.
To the principal or to the administration.
To their site. And I think we all know that it's very difficult to make a move on a teacher, right? And so that's where the root of what I'm hearing about really sits. And it's when it's come through this process, they at least get the follow-up. There's some kind of closure.
Right.
That the person who initiated the complaint at least feels heard.
Right.
Often, if they don't go through this process, it doesn't happen.
I don't know if that's your comment or if you don't have to talk about that. It sounds like a training issue.
Yeah, it could be. I know the one that come formally through HR is my first role is to make sure that there's been due diligence at the site. Such. And if there has been, then I schedule that meeting with parents and I'll loop right back around and do some investigating, provide a summary memo to that letter.
I think the issue is the follow-up and communication, because we heard some of this frustration at parent council, at our last parent council.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So maybe it's the training.
But that's good feedback for us. So this is the regulation to that same one.
And the regulation is, again, something we have not changed since 2004, so these changes were adopted by Scottsdale then. And I apologize, the formatting here is where it gets a little confusing. Some of the green comes in, but if you look at it, wherever the green is crossed out, you can interpret that as red language being crossed out. So Scottsdale does have it, but the master does not. And any of the green that's underlined, just interpret that as blue. So that's master policy language that Scottsdale does not have.
So again, this links to what the parent council worked on years ago, so we want to keep.
And I'd like to ask HR too, there are probably things that Scottsdale has done for a reason. Just click on the, I don't want to touch it anymore. Sorry about that. I'm not touching it. All we're sitting right now is controlling your computer. Why is he controlling my computer? Our tech gave me his personal, here. What should I call it? He's really like,
He's working hard.
hijacking your
I thought it was like an alien.
Oh, boy.
Like,
Oh, my gosh, it's a good time to grab lunch. Please, turn off the screen. I don't mind.
Who is controlling that?
And now you guys are inviting
that.
them to now.
Yeah, we are.
There you go, you got rid of them.
I've never had that happen.
I will say, this is our text computer, not mine, so maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, he's
Although
not in his own.
it's me, so we'll see.
That's why he's going into his own computer to get a file. That's what he's doing.
Okay. Where were we? Regulations, making law.
And this is really kind of personnel kind of stuff, so I would rather have, I'd rather have HR take a look at it and see, they may know why we have some of this.
Well, a lot of that also mirrors what's in our employment agreements
Okay.
for employees
Yes.
when there's the rights that they have in dealing with a complaint or a grievance against them.
So we might want to also look at cross-reference the employee agreement. We don't have anything that, or if we can write language that's more overarching and not quite so specific, and then refer to the employee agreement.
How long was this meeting scheduled for?
2 o'clock?
Okay.
Well, if I can just throw in, because what I'm seeing here, a lot of this language is, to that point regarding the teacher agreement, it is language put in to protect our teachers, erroneous complaints, or, possibly, that kind of negative, parent issues that may not, And I'd love to keep that language and keep that balance in there as well. Yes, we want our parents to be heard and those complaints and issues processed, but at the same time, protect our professionals, our professional educators, and making sure that that language has that balance in there is just very important, obviously, to all of us. So with that in mind.
So we'll review that with HR and bring you back the recommendations and make sure that we keep that, try to keep that. Again, this is I'm a little bit. Sorry, was that? I would kind of recommend that we just keep the spider check at the break. Okay. Say fine. Go back at it and move. Yes. So we were just on the exhibit for public concerns complaints.
It kind of goes hand in hand with the regulation in terms of no changes on our end. This is what was adopted in 2004. I think it goes into a little bit more detail. So obviously it now works and excellent.
So this one is about if the complaining person has tried to discuss it with the employee, the employee supervisor.
Yeah, but it also does that
Oh,
on the
that's true.
next
We
page.
have that.
I mean, that was already in there. I think that was a change.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
It's kind of a formatting issue again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where it's asking you some of the same question. Scottsdale goes into a little more info on the type of concern, but otherwise.
Yeah, and again, I think that one of the things that was developed in collaboration with parents and teachers and administration at the time.
So am I hearing that we'd like to keep our red language where it's not duplicated?
I would probably,
Okay. is specific to complaints about instructional resources. It looks like there's no change there.
The next couple of policies are going to be all in agreement.
Okay. Does anybody have a comment or concern about this one? Okay. The exhibits are the same thing, I think. This one adds email address, which is a good add.
Okay, David, could you mimic the same policy we have for our library materials, not just instructional materials, but there another one specific to library, because we use the same process for library.
I'm not sure.
We don't have anything library specific.
We don't specify.
So all goes under there?
Yeah.
Does this, since it says instructional, does it exclude library?
I don't think it is,
Right,
but
but I wanted to read at the top.
okay, let's do.
There's something alluding to library on there, on the exhibit we're scrolling.
Okay.
Well, the library books are instructional resources, but people may not equate it that way, so you could put,
Like, yeah,
yeah.
okay, library and instruction.
No, I think it's fine, I just wanted to make sure that, I know that we use a process for our parents to challenge the book. And this is requesting that they're part of it. Okay. This is fine.
Is it okay? Next one, KEG, public concern group, about facilities and services, again, our policy is the same process. Regulation, again, same as what Allison suggests. Same for the exhibit. And this is the last one we plan to discuss today, I believe.
Yes, and this might be a
We
little more.
broke it into two halves to try to make it out closely. So community use of school facilities, as you can see, this one needed updating from Allison's recommendation.
So KF, what we added was just a disclaimer on liability, and that's right out of the statute. So there's obviously differences in KF between what was adopted by Scottsdale and what we have in our manual. But the biggest change recently, in August of 2014, which is alluded to on the memorandum, was the policy advisory that got rid of or added a section dealing with immunity from civil liability for the school district and its employees, including the governing board, superintendent, chief administrative officer, dealing with all actions in leasing or using school property.
Where is that in the policy?
Let's see, a little bit of confusion because of the third or fourth paragraph up from the bottom. The school district and its employees, including the governing board, superintendent, or chief administrative officer, are immune from civil liability. So just that paragraph was added, and it was also added in KFBA, which we'll get to.
Oh, it's not going to be.
So, yeah, in what I found, I
Oh, I
got it added.
Yeah,
I need to switch to the other document, right?
yeah,
Is that the one that you did separately?
correct, yeah.
So we don't have it?
No,
You
you
did.
had
It
it,
was-
you had it.
yeah.
I was just confused for a minute there. When you were sent an email, you had a memo, you had the compared document, and then you had KF. Because Board President Sneed wanted me to add that language in from the most recent advisory, which came in after we did the comparison in the spring with the former David. So I made a note there, and I highlighted it in yellow, and I made a note from August 2014 advisory, so you could see that this was not only a comparison document from ASBA, but that paragraph that was new and came in after was there for you to consider as well. So that's what we have here.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's in the board book.
Oh, that's why I don't have it. I printed it out last.
That's okay. I didn't write it from here.
Okay.
So David, would you say that this generally tracks 151105, this policy?
I believe it does, and I apologize, I didn't write down the statute. The Senate bill was 1336
Okay.
that it passed, and I did not make a notation, but yeah,
Okay.
it does very well be correct.
Any comments or concerns about this?
On that policy advisory, wasn't there also, they add the word individual?
I believe so, because we didn't have it when we were discussing it, but
Yeah, I think the statute changed to include the word individual, and I think it was in the August 2014 policy advisory.
You're correct about the date and the year, but I'm not sure about the word individual.
I don't have it. I have the policy advisory here, and I don't have that language. It doesn't mention individual.
And where was he? I'm looking at directed.
The highlighted portion of KF, it was a separate document in your email.
they didn't get into the email, so we attached everything.
Oh, okay. It looks like this. If that
Yeah, it's not
I
enough.
think I remember, I have two, so somehow you did get it from us, because I remember.
Here it is.
Language.
Oh, person.
You know,
I'm sorry, that was
all of
individual,
these
it's
twice.
person. What, are you in board book?
Well, I copied a version of Board Book. I mean, I copied it to my computer, so I'm not going to describe it.
If you
But I'm in this spot.
click on this, plus near study session, and it should open another plus. And then review of policy. Yeah, that one. Click on that. It's in mine, and I have to say, I'm looking at the same one I sent you. There it is. You have to click on the and that click.
Yeah.
Click.
Okay. So it's
There it
kind of
is.
at the big top, okay, that's, now it's making sense. So we were looking down, lower in the document.
It's actually not in there. It's
It's like
person, you said it was person.
Not,
That's what it was. Right.
it didn't change. Okay, so.
So it's just my here. That we did.
Right.
Where it says person or person.
I think we had it,
but not where.
The uncompensated use section, does that track exactly with statute?
I would venture, someone believe that it does say this. The statute says, the governing board or the superintendent or chief administrative officer with the approval of the governing board may permit the uncompensated use of school buildings, grounds, classroom equipment, and other school property by any school-related group, including student political organizations, or by any organization whose membership is open to the public and whose activities promote the educational function of the school district as determined in good faith by the school district's governing board or the superintendent or chief administrative officer with the approval of the governing board, including extended day resource programs, except as provided in 5511.
Okay, so here's the question. When you just read that, there was quite a bit of approval of the governing board, or the governing board was mentioned several times.
Right.
By approving this policy, is that the governing board's blanket approval for all uncompensated use of lease arrangements?
And by approving this policy,
Then do we meet the language of the statute as a blanket approval for all uncompensated use lease agreements? Or is the statute really looking for lease by lease approval?
David, do you have thought about that?
No, just in that the language specifies the superintendent permitting the uncompensated use, and the board is referenced only as defining the educational mission of the district. Right place, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So, and part of my hesitation, Board Member Kirby, is as we'll discuss with when we talk about our lease and rental policies and practices. I am aware that other districts kind of have the same practice that we do in terms of what leases go in front of their boards. They don't specify specific length. They have kind of like what I told you that we do, a practice of putting more significant substantial ones in front of the board, and then the sort of shorter term, less significant ones, if you will, less significant through building services and administration. So let me look at that more carefully and give you a more thoughtful answer to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Will you make that up? Thanks. Because you're right, it's not exactly the statutory language. Any other questions or comments on this one? Okay, so I'll bring back a more thorough answer to your question, Board Member. Oh, switch back to the other document. So this is regulation RA to Policy KF, Community Use of School Facilities. It basically says that how we can deny a request. So our language included if it's a disruption of the normal school activities. I don't see a problem with keeping that language in there. I think it's a reasonable reason for denying it.
That language is specifically about a polling place.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. But I still think, do we not have that right?
Well, see, typically, if they call a school and the school doesn't have space, they're going to say that.
Right.
The problem here, and I think why this regulation is here, is the county designates the polling places, and then they notify us. And this is saying that, within 2 weeks of us getting that notification, because they don't come to us first and go, oh, do you have space?
Okay.
They send us a list saying, there's an election, here's the designated polling places. And then we go back, yeah.
Okay.
And so this gives the principal the right to say, I got too many things going on, I've got an issue. So it helps us be able to go back to the county and say, sorry, in accordance with our regulation and our policy, we can't do that, you're going to have to change.
So you keep the right language?
I think I would, just because I'd add that along with the other, because we had some issues, and the county pushes pretty hard wanting that polling place, and if it doesn't make sense, we need to be careful about it.
Okay.
Is it legal for us to push back? Because they're taxpayer buildings.
We are, what we do is we offer an alternative site for them,
Okay.
and so we do that.
Okay.
there'll actually be 3 bullets on that one.
Yes, you can break that up.
Okay.
So regulation RB, we didn't have.
What's that one?
There have been no changes in it since 2004.
Any questions or concerns on that one? We didn't have this exhibit EA either.
Sorry if I may just go back for a moment.
Sure.
With this KFRB, that means we're going to adopt it.
Good. You said something about adoption. We don't typically adopt regulations, though.
Right, I'm sorry, I mean, are we adding it in?
I would say yes.
Okay.
And Terry, I hate to put you on the spot, but this exhibit seems a little duplicative of what we've got in our policy manual, and I didn't run this by you before the meeting, but we might want to review them before we determine whether we want to make sure that they both say the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So will you remind me if I need to? I'm not sure that we need this exhibit, and I'll work with Mary on this as well. This request, I think we've already got our own forms for making these requests, so we can look at that and see if there's anything.
Okay.
Oh, again, it talks about fees and classes, and we've got that in our manual. KFA, public comment on school property. Like there's no changes.
Wait, well, I'm sorry. Goods and I don't know what.
We're done.
We're actually done,
Oh, I'm
Michelle.
sorry.
We're done.
You talking about policy.
No, we're done.
Can we go,
Yeah,
can you
we're
go back up?
Sure.
I'll tell you when to stop. There, stop. That goods and services contributed paragraph is interesting. Do we do that in our facilities rental manual? Do we address what this paragraph talks about?
I don't know if we address it in such detail.
Do we allow that? We don't allow that?
Yeah. No, we do, that's an offset. Like the Arcadia Little League that provides all that, they provide $30,000-$40,000 worth of topsoil every season, and they have a landscape crew that goes out there every Friday. This is true. So, yeah.
Okay, so in our facility rental manual, do we have procedures, talks about offsets?
I'd have to pull the manual.
I don't remember ever seeing it.
Yeah,
I'm recalling that we don't have specificity.
Yeah.
This is in state statute, though.
And that's
The offset for
a good point, and it'd be good to add that, because the important part of that is documenting the value of what's being
Yeah.
done.
And it's particularly, and if it's state statute, then we need to get the
Yeah.
appropriate language.
Okay, so Louise, did you see what language you're talking about? The goods and services contributed from the exhibit?
We want to make sure that's in our manual.
Yeah. Or our policy, where was the right place for it?
All right, so anything else? Thank you.
And thank you, David.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having.
Say hi to your dad.
Will do.
The next item on the agenda is item 3D, reconsideration of minutes of January 23rd, 2015, special meeting study session. And this was a reconsideration that was brought by a majority vote participants. And Mr. Jeff.
Yeah, thank you. I have 4 minutes for changes on the agenda today. It's regarding the, I'm sorry, President Sneed, regarding at the last work study meeting, when we voted on the minutes from the January 23rd meeting. Anyway, after much thought, I'm requesting this to actually be taken because I put forth a motion at our March work study meeting of the entire January 23rd work study meeting audio tape be transcribed, and to vote to adopt the entire transcription as our official minutes. And my motion at the time was to find a compromise to settle a disagreement between board members on two different versions of the minutes from the January 23rd meeting. Anyway, we were looking at the original minutes that board secretary put forth. This is our normal procedure, and some revised minutes presented by board member Kirby. And so anyway, I've reconsidered my position, and I believe my motion of the entire audio tape transcribed and adopted as our official meeting minutes was a bad idea for several reasons. And so I want to essentially move to reconsider that decision made at the governing board work study session on March 19th, transcribe the meetings of January 23rd, and move that we do not transcribe that entire meeting. So I think that's my motion.
Is the motion
I have two motions.
the vote?
Yeah, one is that we move to reconsider the decision made at the meeting, the last work study meeting in March, on the vote to transcribe and adopt that entire transcription as the official meeting minute. So I'd like to vote to, I guess, to reconsideration. Then I have a second motion to approve the version of the minutes of the special, the original meeting minutes as transcribed by the board secretary, as we adopt those as originally submitted at that meeting. Essentially, the original board meeting minutes. I'd like to adopt those. So two motions. Real quickly, the reason I'm doing this, I'm not trying to make a federal case out of it. I was trying to find a compromise. I agree on my position. I think the reason I'm bringing this up now is we have written meeting minutes from that meeting, and we also have an audio tape. So I believe we're covered. If anybody can go listen to the audio tape if they choose to. And I think it's bad policy to start moving forward. We are taking our entire 4-hour meeting and adopting that as our meeting minute. It's also, I believe it's cost prohibitive to go through this process because we're not set up for that. And so I don't know exactly what it will cost, but
We've got your quotes.
okay.
$2,000.
Okay, and that's $2,000 was the figure that I've been told, and I just don't think that's good use of resources. And finally, I just think it's bad policy we have a process in place at the board secretary to adopt those, for the board secretary to take the minutes, and we adopt those. I think it's okay for board members, obviously, to make suggestions and changes, but to have essentially a rewritten version of the minutes presented by a board member is bad of policy. And it's, I guess essentially what that. Our current standard procedure having the board secretary take the official meeting minutes is totally appropriate, and I believe deviating from that, like I said, sets that precedent. And so I'd like to reconsider my prior motion and vote not to have the entire audio tape of the January 23rd work session be transcribed and that transcription adopted as our official minutes. I'm almost done. As I'm saying, I'd also like to make a second motion that we vote to adopt the original meeting minutes from the January 23rd meeting. It was prepared and presented by Board Secretary, as is our standard procedure. Does that make sense?
And we'll consider them.
Separately. They should be considered separately.
Discussion? Yes. Well, let's see if we have a second first, before we have discussion. It's just the first one.
Yes.
Reconsideration of the previous vote, the minutes.
Right. It's, reconsideration of the previous vote that we transcribe the entire meeting of January 23rd and use that entire transcription as our official meeting minutes. I'd like to reconsider that motion, that vote.
I'll second that. I have discussion.
Okay, so I see two issues with our process that this particular case has highlighted. First is, as I think President Sneed noted at the last meeting, these audio tapes are insufficient in that you don't know who's talking. You don't know who's talking, particularly on that January 23rd conversation. We are trying to implement now, calling someone by name before they speak. I think we are making a good effort. We're not 100%. We certainly weren't doing it on January 23rd. So the transcription addressed that. Going forward, we need to address it better than what we're doing today, because there's no videotape, so you can actually see who's speaking, and we're not being identified by name on this audio tape. The other issue that I see with our process is it occurred to me this morning that nobody in the public has had an opportunity to see the amended minutes I put forth that this board discussed and voted on, because we don't put our board documents, which should be public documents, out on our website for special meetings. So we need to fix that going forward too. I think by law, if we're discussing and voting on something, that should be made available to the public for these special meetings. And I mean, it's just good practice. Talk about good policy. It's good policy to put any of our documents that the board is discussing out on our website so the public can see what we're talking about. Because if you just scan through all of our special meetings right now, it's just the notice and the audio. And let me finish, and I will go back, and I said it last week, and I will say it again. The minutes that were originally presented by Ms. Como were biased, they were slanted, they were incomplete. The amendments that I put forward, I kept everything that were in the original minutes. I solely added additional language that gave a better balance and transparency to those minutes.
Excuse me, I take really great offense at that. I've been doing minutes for 16 years, and I have never been accused of being biased. I mention, if you go through my minutes, different minutes, I mention everybody, but I generally summarize what the governing board said, because the minutes are a summary of what the board said, not what an individual board member said. So I do take offense.
Okay, your offense has been noted.
Well, I guess I'm putting forth this motion. Essentially, I brought this up again today because I disagree. I don't think the original minutes were biased. I think it's very bad precedent to have board members rewriting meeting minutes clearly from a political standpoint, from a political point of view, which is what this is. And years, the board secretary takes the meeting minutes,
Yes.
and that is sufficient. And it has been since we've been a board, and we have an audio tape. And it's not perfect, but I've heard from many people that our minutes are much more thorough than big districts, and I think that's more than sufficient in this situation.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Ms. Kirby?
I think we need to step back and recognize that this was a very high-profile, in particular, very high-profile situation that caused a great deal of community angst. And we have only discussed it in special meetings that aren't videotaped and documents have not been put forth to the public, or executive session. And we have potentially will have taken 3 actions in the cloak of special meetings that really don't have a public spotlight on it like our normal board meeting. That troubles me, that this board, with that particular issue, continues to talk about the Tonalea lease agreement only in special meetings or executive sessions, and take action only in special meetings. That's troubling as well. The lack of transparency on this particular issue is concerning.
Okay. I would like to make a comment towards that. The high-profile nature of this, in my opinion, was very premature. The community angst that was generated was very premature, considering that was the initial information discussion that night. And to go back to the motion that was made, it wasn't an inquisition, it was an open meeting. We had members of the community were there. It was recorded. It's the recorded minutes up there for anybody to see. And when I look at the statute of which requires the minutes, since no legal action was taken, it's more than sufficient as far as what minutes are concerned. And as far as the lack of transparency, I don't know how anyone can consider the lack of transparency when all of our special meetings and our regular meetings are recorded. And the only thing that we did in executive session related to legal counsel, and that's by law, we're allowed to do that. So everything else that we've done, we have record of, is available to anybody that wants to listen to them. And if anybody has a question as to who's speaking on those minutes, if they're listening to them, I'm sure there are people here that can help them determine. With respect to the community angst and the high-profile nature, it's because we had and I'm going to rehash this whole thing, but we had a lease agreement that had already been signed. We had activity happening in that building with the food people. The community was documenting the activity. So the community was responding to what they were actually seeing happening. And I'm going to ask you to keep your responses. I'm just responding to your comment. To the motion. And then I didn't hear a response or a comment from you on why were not the amended minutes that we actually voted on put out on our website for the public to see? We can put them in the vote on. I was directed. Oh, that's true. We didn't take vote, because normally what we would have done is had our discussion and then put it in the consent agenda for the following open meeting. I will probably handle this again today. So the public will never have an opportunity to see the amended minutes that I put forth to this board. If we put them on the consent agenda for next Tuesday, or added them to the consent agenda for next Tuesday.
Little
If we,
procedurally.
yeah.
They're a public document, the public has every right to see them if they ask for it.
And this recording will go on, all of our sessions will be recorded.
Why don't we put the documents that we look at, not just those, but all of our documents, the ones we looked at today? Why don't we put them on the website for these special meetings?
And I don't know the history of that.
Well, there are some items that I send to the board that are confidential and or FERPA violation would be violation.
Clearly, I'm not talking about.
But if we start putting all our, where do you draw the line? If we start putting things on the,
Why do we put the documents that we talk about on our Tuesday night business meetings
Because
on the
we
website?
talk, when I do get documents that have confidential information on it, and we're speaking about those documents.
And as we discussed before, please be recognized by
I'm sorry.
And I know this doesn't answer what you're asking exactly, but certainly if anybody asks for those documents that are not confidential, they would be a public record that we can have. I know it doesn't answer what you're talking about, but
Mr. Jackson.
Well, you know, I think we're digressing from the proposal. I mean, if that's done, that's policy anywhere. Any school board put every document, I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad idea, other than potentially a lot of administrative work. Is that good practice?
yeah, I don't think so. I don't know what other districts do. I'd have to look. I'm sorry. I don't want to answer that without looking.
I understand, it seems to me, I understand we're trying to be transparent, but that's, when we get down that road yeah, I mean, I'd like to look at whether that's really good practice to do that. Not trying to hide anything. Our meetings are public meetings, so we're not trying to hide it. It's good. I just question whether that's good practice.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson and Ms. Marshall. Ms. Kirby, you're right.
A thought to your question. For example, today, later on, we're talking about open enrollment, which community has great interest in that particular topic. But all they know is we're talking about open enrollment because there's no documentation on our website about specifically what are we going to be discussing. That's a broad topic. They have no idea what we're talking about. And the only way they'll know is if they come here, which isn't convenient for people who work, or after the fact, they'll hear it on an audio where they may or may not know who's talking.
I think this would be a future agenda item that we can discuss and maybe another study session as far as procedural. So we have a motion on Ms. Connell, could you please read the motion?
Let me restate it. I'm just moving that we reconsider the decision made at the last meeting to transcribe the entire,
The last 30
last study session, to transcribe the entire meeting of January 23rd. I put a motion that we have that audio tape transcribed. I guess a motion I would reconsider that decision.
Okay. Are you moving your second motion then? We can bring anything back onto
My second motion has been
the adoption. Right now, let's just do the
yeah, let's do that first. Right.
Yeah, I would like to have discussion on that second motion.
So at this time, we have a motion and a second. Can you please,
That we reconsider the decision we made at the last meeting of January, study session of January 23rd to transcribe the entire meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Como, and I have seconded Mrs. Smith second. All those in favor, please, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0. Do you have a motion on the floor, second motion?
Second motion, I can't withdraw that if there's a federal issue. The second motion will adopt the original meeting minutes from the January 23rd meeting as was presented by the board secretary. our official meeting. So that would be better served being on a consent agenda, along with, I'm not sure if it's.
No, it does, do we have one, do we have a topic? Do we have a topic?
I'll second.
Okay.
So that calls for,
Wait, are we going to discuss?
Oh,
the
sorry.
item?
Discussion.
Okay.
After this one, I know.
I'm going to chime in here, although this is a difficult issue, because, as board member Kirby stated, this was a difficult issue. And I, too, obviously respect the idea that this was a unique situation. We clearly have varying degrees of concern regarding this issue. We have varying opinions as to the perceptions that are out there, the events even themselves, and how it is all perceived. Clearly, we have probably, just like our community, we have very different ideas on what this event looked like for our district and where the mistakes were made and those types of things. So when I read these minutes, from my point of view and my perspective, I do see those moments where that's not my perception. That's not what I happen to see in the communications that we were given. I do see a degree of spend, maybe not fully to the extent that board member Curry sees them, but I do see a spend that conflicts with my perception of the event.
Of the events or of the meeting?
Probably, I guess it's hard to differentiate for me. Do I see any misrepresentation? That's hard. It's hard to say. There's moments where I see a little spin here that I don't particularly agree with necessarily, or I'm not confident that that is exactly how things were, or at least I'm not confident that perception should just be assumed, if that makes any sense. So I guess I am struggling with the idea of how could we possibly use this tool, use the minutes, to reconcile or answer all the questions that surrounded this issue. To me, it's an extremely flawed tool to begin with. We can't really use the minutes to ease community concerns. And in some instances, I feel that's what's happening here at these minutes. And speaking as a community member that had those concerns, continue to have them, or definitely feel that there was a lot to learn in that situation. There is that sense of, are these minutes dismissing something like that? They certainly shouldn't. It should be objective. It should be a recording of here's what happened. I completely agree that that has to be realistic. So my first question becomes, is less more? If it is truly just a review of the discussion without any sort of attempt to answer some questions that came up, could we resolve this difference of opinion regarding these minutes? I guess that's the first question I would like to put out there for discussion and consideration. Is less more here in this situation?
And I don't want to stop discussion while I find it, but to your question about less more, I'm just going to pull up the statute and share with you what's required as a minimum. And wait, that was Marshall, so I'll write that. Forgive me, too.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what I heard your question.
I rambled.
Kind of the
Go
exact
ahead.
opposite of what compromise board member Jackson was trying to put forward. So he was going with the totally comprehensive. What you're suggesting is, let's just get most of it out and just do the absolute bare minimum, which is the other side of that question.
Yes. Go ahead.
Ms. Hart?
Thank you. First, I just want to thank Board Secretary Como for taking these minutes. It's a very, I know, tedious job, and I appreciate you doing that. Secondly, to Board Member Kirby's point in terms of encouraging more transparency, I think that's kind of it's a subjective statement, but I agree with it actually in the substance. And to the extent we can put more reasonable amount of detail in the minutes, I think that actually is advisable. To Board Member Perleberg's comment regarding, if the single tool doesn't resolve and doesn't reflect the entire conversation, I think what we have to keep in mind is that probably no single tool will. And that's why there's probably a combination of written minutes as well as audio, which then, obviously complements the open meeting law nature of this, but clearly the combination of the written and the audio is intended to provide as much detail as possible. So I guess where I'm at is if we move towards the actual vote, I'm comfortable with my original vote, which was I believe the minutes do reflect what the conversation was. I do believe the audio supplements it very well. And then going forward, to the extent we can get just a little bit more detail in the minutes, if it's as appropriate, I think I would encourage that as well. So, thank you.
Then if we, Marshall. I'm looking at a black screen here. Sorry.
Like function 7?
I tried. While she's bringing that up, one of the thoughts that I have is that we have neighboring districts that don't even record their minutes, they record the minutes, but they don't record their entire meeting.
There you go.
And they don't even stream them. So, sorry, I'm not paying attention. Are you ready to listen to this? It's hard to see. I'll read it to you. This is what we're required to have in our minutes for regular meetings. Such minutes are recorded shall include but not be limited to 1, date, time, and place of the meeting. 2, members of the public body recorded as either present or absent. 3, a general description of the matters considered. And 4, an accurate description of all legal actions proposed, discussed, or taken, and the names of members who proposed each motion. The minutes shall also include the names of the persons as given, making statements and presenting material to the public body, and a reference to the legal action about which they made statements or presented material. So that's all just to say that to your point, Board Member Silver, that the statute really just says at a minimum what we have to have, and it's generally what action was taken and who was present. If that's helpful at all to that point. Thank you. Mrs. Marshall, when you say the action, that's actually, does that include information discussion items?
No, it's actual action.
Because they are not legal actions, right?
Right. There are districts that just say what actions were taken. I looked at some others just to see when we were talking about this, and there are some that look almost like the agenda, like our agenda. They just say, here was the thing and who voted and what the vote was. So.
And that is written minutes or recording. Doesn't even say both. I would still say we should do written. Yeah. But, yeah. Any further discussion?
Is there a motion on the table?
There is.
Can I offer an amendment to that motion?
Sure.
What she said. No, I don't know how to phrase it.
It'll be for discussion.
It's in this case, to again try to find a compromise for this particular situation, is to limit the minutes to what's required by state statute, which would be the date, time, and place of the meeting, the members of the public body recorded as either present or absent, and a general description of the matter considered, which would be the agenda item. And there was no legal action that day. So it would just be 1, 2, and 3. Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand what your motion is, because my minutes, all of the minutes have the date, time, and place of the meeting. The members of the public body, I individually list you all. And the title is the general description. And actually, in our agenda, there's a recommendation which describes what you're voting on.
So my motion, again, is to limit the minutes of January 23rd, 2015 to the date, time, and place of the meeting, the members of the public body recorded as either present or absent, and a general description of the matter considered that day, which could be the agenda item, and strike everything else.
Hartman?
Just a question, actually, for Board Member Kirby. So how does, I'm just trying to understand what your intent is. How does that reconcile with more transparency?
Exactly.
Because the minutes, as they're currently written, again, I use the word bias, Board Member Perlberg used the word spin. They are written in such a way to lead the reader to a specific conclusion that I don't share, and many members of our community don't share. The transparency comes in because we are not spinning with these minutes. We're striking all of that, and what it will do, it will force folks to go to the audio if they wanted to get a recap of what transpired during that meeting, versus reading a document that, to some of us, has spin.
Mr. Jackson?
That's a heck of a lot better than my original transcribed the entire meeting. I will still say.
Simplest the easiest,
Yeah.
right?
And there's clearly two board members that aren't comfortable with the meeting. I still am uncomfortable with the fact that we are, years, the board secretary has taken the meeting minutes in an unbiased, thoughtful manner, as she still does. And I don't want to set precedent. We're going to be viewing her minutes and anything other than the way they are presented, which is just trying to record what happened at the meeting. And I believe that's exactly what Ms. Como does in this instance. But I am trying desperately to find a compromise. So this is a lot better than my, again, like I said, the original suggestion I had, which was pretty horrific in hindsight. So I guess I want more discussion, because I would like to hear other board members on Mrs. Kirby's amendment to my motion.
I feel like that it's dangerous to set a precedent either way. That if we take everything out, then there will be the charge of less transparency. And I think we have to recognize that this is not about board member feelings. This is not a document that was a deposition in any way. The minutes are a reflection of the discussion that the board has, not any particular individual, although on occasion there is a certain name, different names. So I'm uncomfortable showing preference one way or the other as far as going too far or not going far enough. I think that it tells somebody that, why aren't they doing what they usually do? So that's my feeling. This is Perlberg.
Yeah, all right, I started this. So
I'll dig in a little deeper. And first off, yes, I don't feel this is any reflection on Ms. Cuomo's work or anything like that. And I'm very, very hopeful that that meeting and those events, we're not setting any precedent by any of those things, is what my hope is. And I hope that in the future we do as a board and with our administration work to make sure that in no way in that meeting is not a precedent happens again. But I heard both of you, Representative Jackson and President Steve, talk about a reflection of what was discussed. To me, when I read these minutes, there is in more than one case where an explanation is actually inserted. Or not just the board discussed this, the board discussed the chronology. There's moments where the certain perspectives of the chronology are inserted. Certain intentions of Mr. Brown, our administration, are added in rather than just it's being stated, like you said, this is what was discussed. So I feel like just by removing those points where I'm trying to narrow it down to specifically, where something is kind of like an explanation. And you're right, it wasn't a deposition, but by inserting that into our minute, it feels like explanations were given, all was resolved, that type of feeling. And that's all we're asking, or I'm asking, I would say, to take out. It's not remove the fact that we discussed the lease agreement at Honolulu, but it ends there. It's possibly a compromise to it.
I think that the difficulty with this is that almost that entire 3.5 to 4 hours was question and answer. There was just a small portion of information discussion, and it really was questions and answers to that, if my recollection is correct. And so it would have been very difficult to take minutes without saying that, without the explanation, because when the questions were asked, the explanation was given. So,
but I think to me, the point of saying, you're right, it was 3.5 hours of questions and answers. We can't reflect that accurately in this document. So take out, in these few instances here where some answers are given in the minutes, take them out. And simply have the fact that we did have this discussion. And is that clear? Is that distinction?
Can I have something? Question.
It makes
So, Board Member Perlberg, did my amended motion go too far in your mind? Would you prefer to take some time and just submit your own amendment to these minutes and strike just pieces as opposed to everything except for 1, 2, and 3 on the screen?
Well, I did agree that by going down the path of saying, okay, well, this was that was that, again, you can't reflect 3.5 hours of questions and answers. You can't reflect a whole discussion of a chronology of events and accurately reflect that. So in those cases, yes, I think what I understood you objected to is in these minutes, reflections of certain responses and answers were given, but not
all.
Some of the questions and answers and issues that were raised as well. So you try and balance it. Yeah, we ended up with the idea of, well, it's got to be all or nothing. I'm going to throw out there, let's pare it back to nothing. It doesn't mean that we can't document the fact that we discussed this lease, that we discussed the chronology of events, but that no reflection of what the intentions of those events were, all of those little additions to just the fact that it was discussed, I think we could remove and possibly have resolution. Again, it's not a reflection of how the minutes are done necessarily in the future or in the past. And even to your point of transparency, I do think we have to find the right balance of our meetings. The meeting was taped, and those individuals, community members that were able to and wanted to come to the meeting were able to, and those can listen to the tape as well. But also, I mean, we're all going to have a responsibility to share with our community how those events were eventually resolved and how that situation was, what we learned from it. And I'm not going to rely on the minutes to do that. We're all going to have to answer to the community as those concerns come to us as a board and as administration. So I don't see where that transparency has to be in this tool at that moment. And again, it's by doing a little, it can appear slanted, it can appear to be just bent.
So listening as Board Member Perleberg was talking about responsibility to the community, board members may consider the communication to the community if there is a split vote on these current set of minutes as they were originally written. And what does that say? What are we telling our community with that split vote? So that's just, I want to just throw that out there as something to think about.
Along that same frame of mind is if we're going to decide that, I'm just going to give an example, I don't know if you have them in front of you. If we're going to decide that our minutes are going to say there was a presentation of district policies pertaining to rentals and leases, there was a presentation of chronology of events, there was a discussion regarding lease rental agreements. We just did the heading of each one of these paragraphs. If that's how we're going to move forward, then I think that's another discussion that we need to put on the table, rather than have this be an anomaly. I think that would, the anomaly itself could raise more questions than it would help.
Can I just throw out possible another suggestion that Dr. Peterson and Cuomo create another draft with these comments in mind? If they're willing to do that, I don't know if that's appropriate to bring that into that discussion.
Well, I don't.
Opinion as I know, I understand, but
I totally stay out of that whole deal. I don't
I
touch them.
understand.
I have nothing to do with them.
But
Mrs. Como, what comments do you mean? The comments from January 23rd or the comments tonight?
We're talking about the January 23rd minutes.
All right.
well, these minutes were presented to.
I have a question for board members. Well, no, I'm going to ask you, Mrs. Como. Did board members come to you with any specifics within your minutes that they thought were incorrect? I mean, were they questions other than being another draft being read?
And Mrs. Kirby had asked me to rewrite them to reflect things that she had said, and she sent me a draft. I asked her, well, I didn't know exactly what she meant, so I asked her to Ms. Marshall to please send me what her revisions are. And that's when I received the revised copy. And that was what I sent to the board. I sent both copies, and the motion on the agenda was, did you want to accept the revised minutes?
Well, the reason that I'm asking that is that this is, I think, the third agenda that these have been included in. And I think that gave the board plenty of time to object to anything specific in here that they would want crossed out. And so to discuss it all the time, I guess I would encourage board members, that if there's something in there as a correction, that we do what we normally do and just say, oh, I didn't say that, or I said something different, or there's a word in here that I didn't use, or whatever. It mischaracterizes what I said. To bring it up before the meeting and to talk and to discuss it with the secretary rather than doing it like that. I do receive, when I send out the minutes, because I send the minutes with the agenda, and it's before the agenda is printed. We print the agenda on Friday before the meeting. So on Wednesday, the board receives in board book all the attachments, including my minutes. So I have received phone calls from board members on the back asking, I didn't actually say that, and then I'll go back and I'll listen. And sure, they didn't say that. So I revise the minutes before they go printing, before the public sees them. So I correct them at that time. So not answer. I can't handle.
First, I'm comfortable with the minutes as they stand. There is a protocol that I think actually going forward that we're identifying, that actually is a very good question, which is, and I just want to make sure I understood it correctly, which is when we read the minutes, which we all do, and then we provide feedback back to Mrs. Como, typically you'll incorporate it. In this case, it probably was more complicated, and what happened is board member Kirby actually sent you a restatement of the minutes, which there was just a lack of communication in there. I mean, I think you were trying to do exactly what the process is, which is, if you have a problem with minutes, then provide more information. What we got caught up in is, as opposed to information that then you would incorporate back in the minutes, we ended up with these two competing sets of minutes, which kind of created this dichotomy in conversation.
And if I could, if I could apologize for my part in that, when board member Kirby asked me what the best way was to communicate that, and I understood she was going back to listen and try to make them accurate. I thought the best way to show the rest of you what she was suggesting was a red line. So that was my suggestion.
Red line minutes.
Sorry?
It was red line minutes that actually.
I believe.
Yes,
I believe. Yeah.
In the spirit of transparency, so that you could see what I did, what I added, which no deletions, all adds, and you could see what the adds were.
Mrs. Como, but that was submitted to me after the minutes had been printed, had been discussed at the board meeting. And I think it's always been before they were printed and before they went to the
All right. So my conclusion would be, I'm still comfortable with these minutes. I do think we need to follow timelines to get the information back to you in a timely manner so that we can see a revised set of minutes, because that's ultimately what actually becomes public information. And so it's important that we're looking at one shared view of a document going forward.
Okay, so since we're splitting hairs, the way that works and the way it's always worked is, at least for me, on minutes, is the night of the meeting, which this did happen, I pulled the minutes off consent. We had a discussion about some amendments I wanted to submit, and I thought it in the best interest of clarity and transparency, rather than try to write them from the dais, as you can see, they were complicated, and take a risk that they would be written incorrectly or eat up a lot of meeting time. We discussed that night on the dais that I would just submit amendments after the fact, and they would come on the next meeting. So that's how that all happened. And that is consistent with what my practice has always been with minutes, is to submit amendments from the dais, which is what I did that night. The just amendments were not one-word changes as they have been in the past.
Do we have a motion? Yes. Hey, Ms. Como, just one other comment is that
the board, in the policy, the board gets all the information, including the minutes, a week ahead of time, so that they can look at everything ahead of time and see if there's anything that they want to get further information on it. So I could have gotten that information ahead of time.
You could have, but I'm not required by law to do that.
No, but that's what our policy is. That's the reason that we give you everything ahead of time.
And what policy is that?
What policy? And that we say that we have to give everything a week ahead of time. I'm not sure that the timeline of this policy of it is practice. I thought when we were familiar with the policy. In the EDDA, or, I mean, I'd have to look.
I think we have it. I will say that if it was done beforehand, we certainly would save a lot of money, or a lot of time, and honor people's time much better, if it was done beforehand. And to Mrs. Kirby's point, it would have been on the regular meeting agenda if that discussion had been done in a timely manner with Mrs. Como.
Well, yeah,
Mr. Jackson.
thank you. No, I certainly understand everybody's point of view here. I too am comfortable with the minutes as presented. And I think going forward, I think there's been a lot learned about people aren't comfortable with the minutes, how to address that. But I guess I'd like to move forward one motion to accept the minutes presented by Ms. Como, the January 23rd meeting. So if we accept those today, take an action.
And I will second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. The next item is item 3C, discussion on open enrollment policy. This is an information discussion item only.
Michelle and Mitch have been working to finalize all of this after meeting with our principals and getting input. I think we're down to what we believe is the policy to move forward.
Before you get started, is this presentation in the board packet?
Should be. Yes.
Is it?
You don't have it?
I have the.
I believe it's page 119 is the last one.
My page 119 is district rentals. Oh, no. Yeah, district rentals and leases.
Do we have it out of order?
Maybe it's behind it.
I have on page 101, just policy.
That's all I have.
You have the policy itself? Oh, I don't.
Yeah, I just have our policy itself.
They don't have, no, I'm sorry, do not.
Was this an email though?
It was, I can't email it to you now, sorry.
I think it was,
Well,
wasn't it? That's how we
was it?
I don't think it was part of board.
Just for the record, this will be the first time I've seen this presentation. So, sorry, I asked a lot of questions.
Well, fortunately, the first two slides are actually a review from our study session. Madam President, Governing Board members, Dr. Peterson, thank you very much this opportunity to present to you the follow-up to the February 5th coding short study session, additional recommended revisions to our open enrollment policy. If you recall, much of the discussion among high school principals relative to open enrollment has pertained to appropriately placing incoming students to ensure best use of resources and fostering a healthy climate at our schools. At the February 5th study session, I provided you the following changes to practice that have taken place. The high school requirement page has been included with the CEO release form, or sometimes what we call the golden ticket. This release form is to accompany the student, be presented to the school within 5 days to register for classes. It includes such things as transcripts and those items that a student needs to be appropriately registered for classes. We've been utilizing and have refined our mitigating circumstances form and procedures. That was a collaborative effort between myself and Dr. Sackos and Student Services, along with CEO. Essentially, it's an opportunity to troubleshoot and identify students that might need some additional review in terms of placing or frankly, rejecting enrollment due to behavioral situations and such. Lastly, a lot of work has been done to ensure that principals are communicating with one another and utilizing the administrative transfer process, and including those students that have moved in and out of the school program. Also, discussion has included closing high school enrollments at various suggested times of the year to minimize placing students whose circumstances are most challenging and at times strain the resources at our site. Those suggested times have included immediately after the priority day, 10 days prior to the start of the first school day, and 10 days after the start of each semester. Of course, with that, there are associated costs. I believe Dr. Sitton reviewed these with you at the February 5th meeting, but I'll review it once again with you. This slide looks at what could be the possible potential physical impact and loss of enrollment based on the closing of open enrollment at those various points of time. The after priority period, number 122, that's in our first row there, was pulled by IT using archived data. Those are open enrollment application numbers and not actual enrollment numbers. The 122 could also be a part of the subsequent enrollment numbers in the chart, for instance, students that have enrolled 10 days prior to the first day of school. The next row is the number of enrollments that occurred at the high school 10 days prior to the first day of school. For open enrollments, at that time, we accepted based on available seats in the classroom as well as staffing capacity. If we had not accepted those 44 students, that would have been at a loss of just over $200,000. The next row are the number of enrollments that occurred through the first 10 days of school, and the last row is the number of enrollments that occurred after the 10 days of school, first 10 days of school. Potentially, the fiscal impact for those three time periods would be a collective $351,000. This chart looks at the same three options that were on the last slide, except it would be inclusive of all of our schools, K-8, not just high school. The total potential fiscal impact for the three different time periods is just over $1.8 million. And then just a review of financial assumptions. Assume that $4,811 is used as a dollar amount per student in these calculations. Additionally, there are a number of assumptions around the dollar amount used. Specifically, the ADM is non-weighted, and the calculation does not include override, transportation, district additional assistance, transfers into M&O, audit services, desegregation, dropout prevention, and state or federal grant dollars. Each number in the open enrollment column is considered as funding for one full student. And lastly, the fiscal impact is also for only the initial year of enrollment. It does not account for years beyond that. So, since I spoke to you last February 5th study session, I provided open enrollment as an agenda topic at both middle and high school principal meetings. Additionally, I've had individual conversations with principals for feedback at both middle and high school levels. Among middle school principals, there's consensus that the process improvements on the slide before you would work. In fact, those changes have been working and are a benefit. Additionally, among the middle school principals, there was consensus that the topic of enrollment is open enrollment. It's essentially a non-issue to the middle school, and there's really no need for further dialogue. Among the high school principals, there was agreement that the process improvements and the recommendation of closing open enrollment in high school after 10 days of each semester would be, and in fact has been to date, positive in addressing concerns while not severely impacting costs associated with lost enrollment, as I just outlined before. And with that, I will turn this over to Marshall.
I'd just like to ask a question. Of those slides, because I know we've seen this presentation before, of those slides, which one of these is newer compared to what we had before, or are they all the same?
That last slide.
This one, this is
The last one.
one more slide.
Back up.
That one
Right,
slide
principal
different
feedback.
so far.
That's
The
the new
principal
slide.
feedback is the only new portion of this presentation?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President, members of the board, just a reminder to you and our audience, who doesn't remember, just the timeline. We first brought the OE policy to you back in October. That's when we requested at the request of our high school principals that we move up our open enrollment deadline, and you approved that in October. Brought the policy back for its first read of additional recommendations, most of which as recommended revisions to our policy. Right back in December for our second read of those same recommendations, the board had lots of good discussion. Between each of those times, we tried to go back and get more feedback from our principals, make sure they were comfortable with what they were talking about, and share with them what you were discussing. And so the result of that, as Dr. Bonnet mentioned, we're making one additional recommended revision to you today, that we add a limitation on open enrollment at the high school level, that we do not accept open enrollment after the first 10 days have expired for each semester. And if that is acceptable to you, we'll take your feedback and bring it back to you at the next regular board meeting, and the new policy will be effective for the coming school year.
So, Michelle,
Yes.
if you go back to the two slides, so the only difference between this and what we saw the last time it was the first 10 days of the school year, and now they're saying the first 10 days of each semester. So that's the difference.
No, Madam President, it was first 10 days of semester when we presented it last time.
Okay.
Yes, that was all
Thank you for
consent.
clearing that up. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, board members? Ms. Hartman?
Question, so, what exactly is different, just to be clear? And then secondly, the feedback from the high school teachers was that at the open enrollment would be closed after day 10. What was the reason behind that? And that may...
From the high school principal, closing after 10 days. I think the concern at the site has been trying to meet the needs of kids to come into our district. And in terms of the students that come in after the first 10 days, these students often bring with them some of the most significant challenges in terms of lack of credit and such. And so to place them in the school at that time, they're generally placed on audit, for instance. We're past 10 days, we can't give them credit for the class. So you have students that have, frankly, to some degree had frustration in their high school career, now being accepted, put into classes that are sitting for no credit. We try to work perhaps through SOL and place them that way. But in terms of placing them in the classroom, it's just not generally a good setting for them. And I think also then when we looked at it, realization, I presented to the principals the same presentation that you were providing February 5th to provide them exactly what the conversation was. And I think when we look at that physical impact too, it mitigates that part while still meeting their needs that they felt at the school.
I think really what the trend was that the principal saw was that students that are engaged and committed, want to be successful, they come early and register. But kids that were having issues in other schools were the ones that we would get later on in the school year, and those were the problematic ones, and that was the big concern. And so the trends really bubbled up, and so 10 days seemed to be kind of that line of demarcation. That's correct, Mitch? That's what I heard from the principal.
Kirby. Is this in boundary also, in boundary open enrollment to high school?
Well, actually, once the school year starts, it becomes a transfer. So it's no longer an open enrollment.
And so principals have to mutually agree to that.
And they can agree after 10 days, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that's a transfer within the district.
Okay. Got it.
Or they can agree not to accept that transfer.
And we've had both. We've had both.
And sometimes it's not in the best interest of the student.
So what happens if they move into the district?
You automatically take them.
Then we have to, absolutely.
But back to Board Member Perliberg's question. What if one principal in our district, high school principal, wants to transfer a kid, but the accepting principal doesn't want to accept?
They stay in the school they're at.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jackson?
I'm not trying to beat this to death, but another scenario, a student family lives in our district. If the student goes to a school outside the district and wants to transfer him to his complex school.
That's fine, because he lives there, he's a resident.
So he
doesn't open enroll because he's a resident.
Any other questions? Mr. Kirby?
So, were there any other, because if I remember right, there was this task force, I don't know if I'm using the right term.
Ad hoc committee.
Ad hoc committee, thank you. Okay. 'Cause if I remember right, last time we talked about open enrollment, we said to send there were more questions, because if you go look at our policy has a lot of red lines in it. We said send all this back to this ad hoc committee, get their feedback, and then, bring forward their recommendations. So my first question is this their only recommendation that they wanted to be brought to the board? My second question is, what about all the other changes in the policy? Did they have a point of view on any of that?
I believe at the last time what we said is we were not bringing it back to the committee after that very last presentation. What we said that evening is that we were taking the items back to the principal group, not to the committee, because there was only one principal in that group. So Mitch wanted to make it a bigger discussion with principal versus just the one that happened to be on that committee. So that's my memory. Mitch, I don't know if yours was different about where we were taking it back to.
I don't recall if we were going to bring back the committee. The committee,
Yes.
really, that came out of a high school principals meeting when we looked at CEO practices. And that's where a conversation started, I think, as early as October. The proposition was, why don't we get a group of high school stakeholders together to look at practices, central enrollment practices, which would include all enrollment issues that were concerned to the high school. And I think when we presented to you, the conversation got to be a little bit broader. This is really now a bigger issue than just high schools, but perhaps middle schools, and even elementaries might have a voice in this. And I don't want to speak for Dr. McNeil, but I don't think this has been a concern from the elementary principals. So I took it back directly to the high school and middle school principals for conversation pertinent to our.
Okay, so let me rephrase my question then. Thank you. I'm going to ask two questions. Were there any other recommendations that came out of the ad hoc committee, or was this the only one in addition to the earlier ones that we approved? And then secondly, was the policy then taken back to the principals, and did they have any points of view on the red line?
No, the red line version was not presented to principals.
So that red line version, we really haven't had any stakeholder review of that beyond the board
No.
and administration, senior administration. Okay.
No, my conversations with principals was specific to practices in Central One office.
Okay.
Practices. Was there discussion of other alternatives? For instance, when we might close enrollment? Yes, but there was I can't say there was any one single recommendation that people landed on, as much as there was broader support for the one that I bring before you today in terms of the 10 days.
Okay, so, because this is slowly coming back to me, so thank you. Because last time we talked about this, weren't we going to send a letter to the Attorney General to get an opinion on
Helps have that.
revocation, and wasn't that because it came out of the question that was asked by the ad hoc committee?
Yes, we talked about doing that. We did not want to slow down the process, waiting from a response that might not come, and so that's why we brought this back until we got that process going. We can still ask, frankly. I've been told by other attorneys that we probably won't have a response for that. And so that was why we didn't, we waited for that to be processed. We'd never do that, frankly.
So were we going to do that because the ad hoc committee had bubbled that up as something they were interested in, and so therefore we're going to get this opinion?
I don't think the committee as a whole endorsed or spoke to revocation as much as a member on that, a sitting principal on that committee who has endorsed or been in favor of anywhere from revocation to annual review. And so I didn't feel comfortable in saying to a governing board that this is a consensus item. It has been a consideration on the part of one member, and hence we looked at that, let's at least examine the legal ramifications of that and the impact to the district.
I think it's important, even this recommendation that the principals came up with, it really only impacts 2 of our high schools. Because pretty much Desert Mountain, Chaparral, and Arcadia are closed to open enrollment. We have so many requests when they first come in, they get filled and we have waiting lists there. So really, this is a Saguaro and Coronado. All the principals came together and talked about it and discussed and came up with a consensus. But at the end of the day, it's really only a Coronado and Saguaro issue that is impacted by this. Because the other 3 are closed. We have so many interests.
So, thank you. So back to the revocation, though, only one high school was interested in having policy language about revocation.
Yeah, I can confidently say that. I mean, regardless, revocation could impact all 5 schools if we had that. Because regardless of what the student open enroll, a principal can take that. But I got to tell you, no one's beating down my door regarding revocation to save one school that believes that's an option. And I guess the way I look at that, that's not a consensus item. And I'm looking then what serves best the needs and interests of all 5 high school principals. Also, looking at the advice of legal counsel then, what protects the district from legal hazards. So that's why I've never presented that as a consensus item. But it has been voiced.
Well, thank you. I'm saying you because I'm too going back, and even before today, I went back and looked at some of the comments and notes that I had taken. I think we did have an evening meeting back in December, and I think there was a work study where this came to us as well. And I know from going back to my notes and just remembering conversations that I personally had expressed an interest for our board, for our administration, to at least discuss the idea of revocation options, what that looks like, what that means, and just consider the point of view, I think, from some of our, not only certain principals, but also our community as a whole, as an SUSD community member, what that means, what we're saying to that community. I feel like I've requested that discussion from our board more than once, and I don't feel today, at this point, that we've ever really had that. And I respect the fact that for some of our principals, it may not be an issue at all, and not even just for the sake of one principal doing it. I personally, as a board member, and would love the opinions of our fellow board members and administration of that type of discussion. I know other districts have varying degrees of language regarding revocation or open enrollment. At least a review process that looks at, are you here in our district as a guest and meeting the expectations of our district students, those types of things. And I know it is a concern as well financially, the burdens that some of these students bring. It just, to me, it at least deserves a conversation, an open, honest conversation that looks at both points of view. And I don't feel as a board that we've had it. I also know, I'm not sure if I'm jumping ahead, because I'm not sure if this presentation kind of ends the discussion. Within the open enrollment policy that we were sent, there was also language that came to us in December, and there were, I know I've noted many questions about it as far as the purpose, and a lot of that was the busing. And I know we had discussed certain lines in there that I think even during the meeting, we discussed the reality that it may open up a can of worms. Hartman wasn't on board at that time.
Thank you.
There we go. Regarding transportation, there was new language, I think, that had come from ASBA. There were some questions about, there was one line that I particularly focused in on, just asking what potentially could this mean, and I don't feel like we've had that discussion at this point either. So I'm just not sure where we stand here in the process of approval.
Board Member Rosenberg, I would often encourage that there's two pieces that the governing board spoke to. One was a bigger, broader philosophical conversation as to what are our beliefs regarding open enrollment. And that's not a conversation I entertained with 13 secondary principals. Specifically, and I did not present the red line tool also. What I recall, though, was I believe the board member Kirby had asked, if revocation is not an option, what would be thoughts regarding other avenues such as annual review?
Right.
And that was a part of the dialogue. So when I talk about, when we talked about, for instance, annual reapplication, every student reapplies, very mixed feelings. Our schools of choice would not want to encounter that. Workload issues, our site's now responsible for that. They just really do not want to go down that path. There was some conversation of annual review. I look at that as being akin, though, to revocation, because if you're going to selectively review students, I think that's, again, a slippery slope, and I don't need guidance from our legal counsel regarding that. And when it came specifically to revocation, again, I'm not hearing that request, or there was not a lot of demand, I don't want to say demand. The level of interest varied among the 5 high school principals, whether that's a conversation that you want to continue.
But you did ask for that, and we are going to do that, but we wanted to get the Attorney General's opinion, and what Michelle has told us is it's going to take a little while, and we want to get this in place now for the start of the school year. But this doesn't shut the door on the open enrollment policy discussion. We need to get that answer so that we can then say, yes, here's what it is.
And if I may, Michelle Marshall, it is my legal opinion that revocation without due process would not be within the law, and that is what I would say to the Attorney General and seek validation of that. It is the discussion I've had with school attorneys ad nauseum, and I haven't heard one person disagree with that. And as Dr. Monetkin said, we talked about the possibility of reapplication, which a lot of districts do, and we have heard, I believe, that our administrators don't want to do that. And so that's kind of my view of that issue. I certainly will still, communicate with the Attorney General, but that's, I think, where we've gotten hung up a little bit is some people don't like that. That is my legal opinion.
Thank you. Well, if I can try and clarify there, because, again, I'm remembering a lot of past conversations, and I know at our last work study that was discussed, and I understood it to a degree, but there was also that question of your distinction of without due process, right, and what that meant. I think, like, for myself, I can only speak to that question of quite often you hear of open enroll, even within our district, in-district transfer students, if attendance becomes a very big issue. And it's true, we can't, they're in our district, but a revocation of their open enrollment to a different high school in our district, basically saying, okay, your attendance is unacceptable here, you're going to have to go back to your home school, that kind of conversation, again, I think just merits some sort of discussion.
And if I may, this is Michelle Marshall again, and Dr. Stafford can probably speak to this better than I can, and Dr. on it, and as to how it works on the ground. I know that principals have conversations with families when, you know, maybe your open enrollment when you live so far away isn't working here, and I know we've got attendance contracts, behavior contracts, things that are short of policy with a big P to try to work with families to make sure their students are successful. That's my understanding of how it works in the pipeline.
Absolutely true. And that's been, when we talk about administrative transfer and that open dialogue, and I think all 5 high school principals have agreed with one another. If there's an issue with a student, and they would probably be better served at the home school, pick up the phone and let's have a dialogue how we can transition that student back. And I've never stopped the principals having a dialogue with a family about what might be your best interest in terms of trying to get to school. If you can't get here, that's problematic. Let's talk about it. As long as it's a dialogue that is not one of perceived by that student that I'm being removed, as much as here's some better options and here's how we can assist you. I'm comfortable with that kind of conversation with the family and students, that they remain in school. But it's incumbent that the principals talk to one another, and that loop is not be made.
I thought I should say my name. Member Perliver. I've got a long name, so it's going to take some time. I certainly respect that, and respect that conversation, and would hate to think of any policy that would restrict or hamper that type of conversation amongst principals. I guess the question is there a policy or just language that can, in fact, strengthen that discussion for our principals? Give them something to, you know, so our families do understand that, yes, open enrollment, in district, out of district, whichever, comes with expectations by our district. And again, I have a difficult time starting these conversations, feeling like, because I think that's what's happened several times before. We started this conversation back in December, back in whenever that other work day is, February, and we just never seem to get to that discussion. So I only have my opinions, and some of the opinions that we're gathering here, but we don't have that full discussion, and kind of like we're going to, and I know from our last work study, that was the request, at least by myself, as we look at this policy, this open enrollment policy, what path are we setting our district on? And I get that it's a bigger discussion. I completely appreciate that and understand it. And we have to have something in place right now, so I'm not opposed to that idea, but I would just like to have some assurances that we can, sooner rather than later, make sure we are on the right path for our district and for the residents of our district that we have responsibility to, as well as all of those that come into our district as well. So, and respect all of that. So, I guess again, I do feel like I'm kind of a broken record, because my question is when do we get here to this real discussion, rather than us just kind of throwing out, you know, some of the opinions or some of the concerns that we need to consider. Not sure when that all happens, because I feel like it's just been a little overdue at this point.
Well, I just wanted to reflect on this, that this is something that it did come to the high school principal came to consensus on, correct? And I think one of the things that I'm hearing is that we have to wait for an attorney general's opinion. We certainly don't want to use any district resources because of a violation of OCR, due revocation, without due process, or that sort of thing.
But I'm wondering if the attendance isn't a separate issue. I mean, aren't there truancy laws? Isn't
Well, we
there?
deal with those are discipline issues.
And so I'm wondering, if they show up in the first 10 days of school and they're registered, and I'm wondering how many of the problem areas that we've had won't be negated by this anyway. I mean, if we're taking it down to where, if we have 10 students right now that have real trouble, and this new policy, if we enact it, would take it down to 2 or 1, and we don't know the effect of that until we actually do it. So I'm wondering if we aren't looking at overkill, and if the principals feel like this would help go a long way to alleviating this specific problem, do we really need to overdo it? Can we wait and see what happens while we're also waiting for the Attorney General opinion? Mrs. Kirby.
All right, so, probably forgot you asked this question from a bird, but it's been a while since I've been here. You asked where are we in this process, and just to answer that question, since we do have board votes for our Tuesday night meeting, I don't know if you've looked at it yet, but the open enrollment policy is scheduled on consent for approval for Tuesday night. So, I also agree with you. I feel like we've been trying to have a broader open enrollment discussion. I have questions that haven't been answered. One that comes to mind as we're talking today is, what is our true percentage of open enrolled students in this district? It's my understanding that we have some computer glitch or data input questions that a student is open enrolled for their first year only, and then after that is considered an in-boundary student. So we don't really know what our true percentage is of open enrolled students. The policy, there's many policy revisions that merit and warrant a broader discussion because they have significant impact to this district. And to now be sitting here today and told, well, we got to approve this now because we need it for next school year, I feel like there's a disservice to a conversation that is very important and that needs to happen, and we just kick the can to the point where, boom, we got to do it now because we have our backs up against the wall. And I'm growing weary of that approach in this district because I feel it happens quite frequently. So, I'm very comfortable with this one recommendation. I'm happy to approve it on Tuesday night to get it in, but I am not comfortable with the rest of the policy. I think it merits and warrants a broader discussion.
Can I ask a question, Michelle Marshall? When you talk about a broader discussion, I will tell you that among staff, we have talked about this policy. And I know, Dr. Von Eisen said he didn't share the red line with the principals, but I don't know how they feel about, for instance, the transportation piece that Adam put in there. But, we put this policy to the board several times. And to your point, Mrs. Charlberg, on the transportation, I apologize. I thought we had addressed that. I thought the board had discussed that. And if I remember correctly, the language that you were concerned about when
I can clarify.
Or it may be otherwise determined by the district, that you felt like that left things open.
Correct.
I thought
Yeah.
Dr. Peterson spoke to that at that time. I may be wrong.
If I may clarify, because, that's when I went back after reviewing this, and I went back to December's meeting and the comments I made, or, President and I know I had stated. And it was explained to me at that point that, the question originally was, it seems to me this language opens up options or opportunities for out-of-district open enrollment students that our in-district students wouldn't be offered. It just seemed to open a can of worms to me. And it is my understanding, I think Dr. Stittens responded, that there was the idea of a possible designated spot for possibly Phoenix students at that boundary, maybe in the Arcadia area, that could then be bused to our open schools, up to Worrell or Coronado. And so then that was the question at that time going, so if we're going to possibly do that for these out-of-district students, what are we going to, what does that set us up for our in-district students who open enroll to a different, transfer to another school? What are we opening ourselves up? And then to me, yes, the more philosophical question of, is that the solution, going to our boundaries, setting up bus stops, and bringing students in, is that truly our district's answer to our declining enrollment? I think that's a more philosophical question that, yes, I respect that the language of our open enrollment policy, and I think overall, it's very thorough and it's fine, but it's those broader questions that I've always felt like for many months saying, I think we need to, as a board, discuss what's the position or what's the goal, what is our path for setting this district on in these policies. Yes, that specific language was concerned to me because, again, it felt like we're jumping into something that the bigger picture has not been addressed. And so that, as far as like for Tuesday night, I agree with Board Member Kirby. I know I've talked with principals, and that feedback seems very consistent with a lot of their concerns. That's wonderful. Specifically in what we're being asked to approve Tuesday, I still feel that language in the transportation. We just have not had the opportunity to vet out what that means for all of us, or what that means for this district.
And Dr. Sitton, could you remind me, I thought that was like a discussion and then it was closed, that we weren't doing that, but I don't remember.
Yeah. We never did do that. We were looking at the possibility of one-time conversations of whether we could offer, because Arcadia has such a wait list, of taking a look at, could we offer stops on right near the border, and then have students attend the Worrell or Coronado or another school that had capacity.
That's what I recall.
Yeah, we talked about that idea.
And to me, that just raised the flag of it's time to have a bigger discussion, and that was the concern of this language. And again, all I have at this point is my personal opinions or my thoughts as a district, stakeholder. I just don't feel we've had the opportunity as a board and with administration to answer some of those questions. So I'll put it out there again. I hope to have further discussion.
And to, I'm like,
sorry.
So what you just described with the bus stop and the idea of putting it on the boundary at Arcadia, great conversation to have. I too look forward to it someday. But that's not what the policy says that we're being asked to approve on Tuesday night. There's a disconnect, because what we're being asked to approve on Tuesday night says, and now it's all coming back to me again, in the meeting you were presenting, Ms. Marshall, and I asked about the language that says that the district may provide transportation of not more than 20 miles to and from. And my question was, does that mean 20 miles out, 20 miles back, or 10 miles out, 10 miles back? And the answer was, I don't know. Okay, well, let's go talk to ASMA, find out what, A, what do they mean, and then B, is that what we want to do as a district, is drive up to 10 or 20 miles out of our district and bring in out-of-boundary students?
And I remember responding to that my understanding it was 20 miles out or 20 miles back.
And that's
okay,
and I responded, the only place that we do that is those grandfathered students in the Rio Verde area, because those are the ones that back, it was unincorporated, they had the election, Cave Creek took them, but we agreed, those students that were in our district, that we grandfathered them in. That's the only open enrolled students, and we said that at that meeting.
Okay, so then can we change, then why doesn't the policy that's being presented to be approved for Tuesday night say that? Because that doesn't say that.
We can add that, I don't know why.
If we're grandfathered students in,
yeah, that's
then
the only ones we
let's
do.
Let's honor that agreement.
We agreed to the
that the policy would allow that and much more.
No, we only do the grandfathered students. And if there's broader discussions needed, great, but I think we've had 4 discussions bringing this to the board, and I apologize if we haven't clearly understood what questions or comments or concerns you've had, because I thought the busing had been addressed. I talked about that. It was Rio Verde students only. And then the other one about revocation was clearly getting Attorney General's opinion, but I also want to respect Michelle. She is our legal counsel. That's what we hire her to do. And with her expertise talking to other districts, this is what she gave us as a ruling. So we need to listen to follow that.
Okay, so thank you for being willing to provide the clarity on the transportation
Yes.
and come back with more revisions on that. With respect to the whole revocation idea, I also respect that, you know, A, we don't even know if the AG will issue an opinion, and B, it's, from what I've been told, it's often based on how you ask the question. So, fine, set that aside, not needed, but, you know, I'm still interested because I have done my research. I do know other districts do have some form of review. And if they're doing it, then many of them are doing it, not just one-off. It must be legal. And so, you know, they have you said you've talked to attorneys that have said, no, you can't do it. Well, there's obviously some attorneys out there who say, yeah, you can.
Well, let me point out that we use review and revocation. What other districts are doing legally is reapplication, but our principals don't.
So that's the only, there's no district doing a review process.
There may be a district doing a review process and getting away with it, yes.
You're saying a review process is illegal?
I'm saying if you say your open enrollment is revoked, you're not going to get any due process, that doesn't comply with the law.
Well,
if you're in the middle of the school year, saying you're gone.
What would be due process?
Due process would be, here's what you're doing wrong. Here are the rules. Here's what you're doing wrong. Your opportunity to respond to that and a process. What I've generally said to our principals is, if it's sufficient for revocation, let's go through the expulsion process.
Well, but we don't.
All other students are entitled.
Well, okay, so maybe made a process. I mean, the expulsion process does it need to be that process? Can we come up with a separate process that meets due process that still provides the flexibility?
The problem comes in treating students differently, mid-year. That's why a lot of districts do reapplication annually, because you're looking at, you know, how does this work out for the students this year, and you're giving everybody a chance to reapply. Okay. So reapplication annually is being done. Who didn't want to do it within the principals didn't want, that's my understanding.
Yeah, feedback was first, when you look at the school choice, the impact on the workload issue, that all gone through CEO, the site starts now reapplication process.
But does it have to be, and I know these conversations are all coming back. Does it have to be the majority, or can we only have the reapplication process deal with the exceptions? So have the process, it applies to all of you, so it's a tool or it's a lever that a principal can use, but they don't have to push a lot of paperwork on 900 students at Cheyenne, having them all reapply. It's, okay, 899 of you are good, check. There's one that hasn't been coming to school, beats up Susie, throws temper tantrums in the classroom, etc. And this is the one that annually I'm going to not approve your open enrollment for next year. Is that possible?
I'm not totally sure I'm understanding what you're saying, but it's possible to make everybody reapply and look at everybody every year. That doesn't sound like what you're talking about.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, I've not been comfortable with this discussion, no offense, since we've had it. I mean, I think we have processes in place to deal with students that are discipline problems and all that, I don't think using open enrollment policy belongs here. I just don't. I think we have, if we start down, as Dr. Von Ecken said, a slippery slope where we are, this whole discussion is making me uncomfortable. I think we have processes in place to deal with disciplined students that are not showing up regularly and all that. I just don't think the open enrollment policy should be part of it. I just don't.
So, thank you. So my question actually is a little bit related to what Board Member Jackson is. So I'm trying to separate in my mind this conversation between what's possible and what's necessary right here. And what I think I heard you say, Dr. Van Echten, is that our high school and middle school teachers, you spoke with them, and you're reflecting their sentiments, which is this 10 days after the semester starts, that's where they want to kind of draw the line and say, no more students. However, and with that, there's also no other, I'm hearing you say there's no other demand or anyone beating you down the door for a revocation policy or a reapplication policy or any other variation of that. Is that true, first of all?
Well, again, so you look among the middle school and high school principals, the conversation with the middle school principals was just, there wasn't a conversation there. The notion of revoking or reapplication, I have 2 K-8s that I also supervise, and they were there. Actually, all 3 of our K-8s and our schools of choice represented, and they looked at that as problematic. You could not get any one clear consensus among the 9, other than it's just not an issue that we're concerned about pursuing. That was my takeaway. To the point of one principal saying, along the lines of, I thought we've had these conversations years ago, aren't we done with it? I took that as a pretty strong signal that this is not an issue with that group. When you look at the high school principals, it varies. Would any one of the 5 principals entertain revocation? I suppose they might, but again, in heeding legal counsel, the majority of them would say, not a path I necessarily want to go down, nor do I want to selectively review students, because I think that could be an issue. What would then be an annual review of all applications? What might that look like? Again, I don't know. Is that a lot of work on the site? What is that incumbent upon them? But again, very mixed feeling, and I don't know that addresses the issue of one principal feels very strong that have an authority to selectively revoke students what they perceive as permission. I think they all feel that we have a code of conduct that's in place, we have processes under that, and we can utilize it. I suppose with that, in bringing this recommendation to you, is that, I guess pragmatically, this is one that at least is a positive step forward, alleviates the most immediate of concerns, and would help them at the site.
Okay, so what I think I'm hearing, and I'm just trying to clarify this because I'm relying on you to represent what the principals represent in the high schools and in the middle school K-8. And what I'm still hearing you say, I think, is that they feel as though this is addressing the challenges that they have with all the options. This is their recommendation. This is your recommendation based on their input. So I'm comfortable with that.
When you balance all factors regarding the complexity of legal issues and not putting the district at legal hazard, along with looking at the numbers that we talked about in terms of financial input, kind of a pragmatic approach, this seems to be the best option going forward in terms of addressing those.
Okay. So then I guess my question, and I don't even know who to point the question to, maybe to President Reed, is that although I appreciate the conversations we're having about the possibilities of revocation and reapplication and review and all those things, it's really not something that's bubbling up from our administration, from our principals as a requirement. Is there another piece of data that the reason why we're bringing this up? I mean, I'm relying on you.
We've heard it, I don't want to speak for Mitch, but I've heard it from one principal on Baldwin. And I think that's part of, we need to, at least listen to it and say where it is. But I've definitely heard it from one of our high school principals. And that's when, Michelle said, we got to go through due process with them. And she actually met with the principals too and said, this is my legal opinion. And she's going to, here's what actually is going to happen. She's going to send her legal opinion to the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General is going to choose not to respond to it. And because they choose not to respond to it, her opinion is what stands. That's what I believe is going to happen. At least that's what I've heard from some of the other attorneys out there.
For Grandparents and interviewed them a while ago.
Oh, gosh. Well, go ahead, because I got to. Okay, so it might help, because someone said that there were three high schools that closed to open enrollment.
Chaparral, Desert Mountain, and
Okay, so who's the one high school?
Brian.
Saguaro, which is not closed to open
Correct.
enrollment. Maybe that's why he has a unique challenge that 3 of the other 5 high schools don't have. So recognizing that challenge and recognizing he's got the challenge and recognizing he's begging for relief, is there anything we can do legally that's not overburdensome on all principals to give him the needed relief he's looking for?
Okay, Kirby, I think there's also a matter of perspective, because this would pertain to Coronado also.
Okay.
But I want to say there are a couple things, sorry to jump in, Mitch, there's a couple things that we have done. One of them was requiring that within 5 days of acceptance, they have to bring all their paperwork and things to the school, so we can review them, and we can say, yep, got to bring transcripts and all things, so we can say, yep, you got the right credits, or if they've been accepted, they bring the transcripts, or a junior, and they only have 2 credits, we say to them, we can't enroll you here, we can work with you to go to STEP, we can work with you to go to SOL to get credit recovery. Because what used to happen, they'd just show up and say, I'm a junior, I'm great, no paperwork, nothing, and our counselors and everybody would set them in classes, and then 3 weeks into the class, they'd go,
so that was
you're not even
effective.
ready.
That was effective when?
We started doing that when?
This semester?
This spring, Pam?
Mitch, you're the one who reviewed them, so.
Yeah, in January.
Yeah, I think it started,
The 5 days in terms of enrollment, that's effective now.
yeah, we started doing that this semester.
So how many did we reject out of Saguaro High School because they didn't have their paperwork?
I don't even know if we had any requests to go to Saguaro since the beginning of the semester. We might have.
I couldn't give you a number on that. I mean,
We could get back to you.
enrollments that
We'll
came
check
this
with Brian.
semester are generally pretty low. Our high schools are now closed to open enrollment after March 14th. That's a cutoff we have, so we don't see that. I don't know.
I'm just, because Dr. Pearson offered it up as a lever that will have positive impacts, so I'm just trying to determine did it have any
We'll
impact.
check with Brian.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you.
Dr. Smith? Well, I think I want to clarify though, because we don't tell them they can't enroll. We cannot tell children they cannot come if they get what's required by the state, and Michelle can address that. There's certain documents they have to have. The transcript is not one of them. What the committee worked on, the ad hoc committee, was how do we stress the importance of meeting those prior to them coming? So we have a window that if they don't come with their paperwork, they can't start right away, which is what most parents want their students to start day one. They have to provide it. Go beyond 5 days. They can start later, but if they want their students to start right away, they have to bring that paperwork in. We do have a process, though, that Mitch and Melissa review and take a look at whether or not they have any discipline pending or they have enough credit. I think there's 2 groups we're talking about. The one group that may not have gone to Saguaro is because of they don't have enough credit and we offer them SOL or we offer them STEP, or they have discipline pending somewhere else and we just don't accept them, period. So I don't know what that number is, how many you guys have reviewed and we haven't accepted their OE, or we've offered them not brick and mortar but another alternative.
So that 5-day process, I understood you correctly. I'm going to try to restate what I thought I heard you say. We would enroll the student without the transcript, for example, but that student could not attend class until they brought the transcript in.
They cannot attend class in those 5-day window. They can begin to attend after that, though, because that's not a legal document we have to have in order for them to begin school. Correct?
So they could, without their transcript, come on day 6.
Yeah. Because
We may not set the schedule. We should get more information.
Well, the site says you
Yeah.
have to work with them.
Yeah.
We cannot not enroll them because they don't have a transcript. So what the committee thought was, well, can we make it important that they want to bring it in immediately because we're going to have them sit out for those 5 days if we don't have it.
Okay, thank you.
I haven't, oh, go ahead.
Well, okay, I'll try and wrap it all up to a degree. So I agree with Board Member Kirby that you have to look, you can't just dismiss, well, 1 out of 5 principals is only strongly affected by this or has a strong opinion on that, when you can't dismiss the reason behind that. I mean, I'm in the Swartle complex. I think we're very sensitive to that idea of, you know, our students are there, we're in there the proper way, and we're taking this education, you know, our education seriously, and, you know, because it's an open school and has to a degree available space, we have unique situations and unique concerns. And I think, to me, even the concept of revocation, of annual review process, to me, do have to start looking at the reasons why even one principal specifically, or even members of our community, are looking at that tool, or possible tool, or other possible tools, to look at the broader question of why. And that's what I connect with, well, and that's where my energy comes from as far as having this discussion of, I consider it a privilege to come to SUSD. Even I live in SUSD, and it's still a privilege that my kids have to be able to go to these schools. And the expectation that we as stakeholders have for those coming to our school, whether it's because they live in the neighborhood or because they live in the district or because they live in a neighboring district, that they respect our expectations and they respect us, the privilege that it is as well. That, to me, is the bigger discussion, and how we as a board, in our policies, lay out those expectations. When I look at some other districts' language regarding revocation, or at least regarding expectations of open enrolled students, it's simply, it's laying out expectations that then when that one case, or those few handful of cases where it's like, you have come to our district or come to our school through open enrollment, and yet the expectations of commitment to academics, attendance, behavior are not being met, what tool or what power have we given our administration to say these expectations were laid out for you when you open enroll? That's all I really kind of felt trying to drive that discussion is, where do we come from as a board? Where do we come from as stakeholders of SUSD in that discussion? And I think that, to your point, I understand it's not made comfortable, but for a big part of our community, who values our schools, and I'm not saying you don't, obviously, but who truly have great respect for what our teachers and what our site leaders and what our administration try to offer and give our students, and not see that undermined by those who are just there because they ran out of options type thing, you know. I guess that's where I feel that a lot of energy come from. And I will say, I'll go back years. I think for some of our teachers, for some of our administrators, years ago, under a very different superintendent, the idea of any kid, keep them in that seat no matter what, there was that feeling in our district that it was no matter how disruptive a student is, whether they came from out of district or from another school, no matter how disruptive, no matter how much they interrupted the learning going on in the classroom or at school, you got to keep them in because they come with a price tag. And trying to kind of undo that philosophy or undo that perception of our district is just something I have some energy around. If I'm alone, great. But I guess that's why there's discussions happening. Go ahead.
I would want to have the same high expectation whether they live in our district or outside our district. And I think the main thing we have to be very careful of is that we you know, we do have laws that we have to adhere to, and one of them is if we have a capacity, you know, there's only certain circumstances that we can deny. I know let's say this the right way. So there was a principal one time when I was a parent that was upset about open enrollment. And kind of a dichotomy, maybe a little change in his philosophy, but lots of parents went into his office and talked to him about, we have concerns that our school is getting too big, that they're getting too crowded, and his answer to us was, the more students we have in our school, the more opportunity your children have for a wider range of classes, opportunities, clubs, and that sort of thing. And you know, seeing both sides of an issue rather than just the negative side, I think sometimes helps in realizing that, you know, we might be best to just implement a couple of things that we've done this year, wait and see if it ends up solving a lot of the problems, rather than creating a lot of angst. I will tell you, because I was here when you did have to reapply every single year, if you wanted to open enroll, and that creates a lot of angst. I don't think, unless you've lived through it, I don't think you understand. So there's benefits and there's challenges to anything. So I think I ask to focus on the outcome, and if the outcome is to reduce the number of students that cause disruption and to reduce the number of students that create a lot of administrative burden, because to give them that due process, then if this helps and if our deadlines help, then I think we've accomplished part of that without creating an undue burden on everybody else who isn't affected.
What is our true open enrollment percentage? I don't know which.
Well, currently this year or overall or?
Right now, overall, what is our out-of-boundary and in-boundary open enrollment? Two numbers. I got it back in the office, but so have we corrected the computer thing where students, what's that?
The grid code.
The grid code, have we corrected that?
I don't think Brian.
No, well, there's a price tag to doing the grid code. I know Chris Suman has worked on getting a price on what some of that grid code could possibly cost, but
right, well, I brought that FLP to us,
yeah.
It was between 25 to 30 grand to do it.
But I thought last time we talked, we could get it one time, but it was the ongoing fix that would cost money. Did we not get it the one?
There's an ongoing licensing fee for obviously the software and to maintain it, which is around $5,000 a year. So take the big price tag off the front end of it. That's your ongoing.
Okay, so to find the answer to the question of what is our true open enrollment cost this district, what did you say?
Between 25 to 30. There's a couple of variations on how we do it and how they set it up. So in that price range depends on what
that's that's just such a basic fundamental number to not have. We have? No, we don't.
Well, I would have to check with Brian Clark. So there's different places in the system.
There's ways where you can go through the system.
Yeah.
What you see with this, the enrollment tab is after 1 year, they're just enrolled as SUSD students. But you can go into the open enrollment field and you could do a query through that and pull those numbers.
Yeah.
And I believe those would be the numbers, for instance, I believe Dr. Sitt presented in the fall presentation on our enrollment. That's where those would have come from. The grid code would be the potential software that was used there, I think would be cleaner and probably a little easier to use in terms of updating and keeping that current.
So now you're saying we have the number. So what is our in-boundary and out-of-boundary open enrollment that keeps a student as an open enrolled student beyond their first year, that captures those students? I'm still unclear.
Let me work the card, we could pull that.
We have that, okay. The other question that I was going to...
Now, do we use that for any policy things?
Well, we're talking open enrollment.
No, I know, but I don't know. Do we want to change
I don't,
something
Dr.
there?
Peterson, the budget committee's been asking for it for
Okay.
2 or 3 years. I've been asking for it for 3 years. I'd really like to know the number.
But
Thank you.
we'll have Brian then do.
I really am interested in why, because I remember that.
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm just trying to understand why. I mean, I'm working with information in my head that I recall, it's not exact, but our open enrollment is about 25% of our students, of which 50% of that is in district and 50% is out. But whatever those numbers are, I'm just interested, why is where is
There are communities that are interested in that, Arcadia being one of them. They're very interested in knowing what is the district's open enrollment percentage, because what's the number you have is an inaccurate number.
Well, okay, I get systems, and you're only going to be so accurate. We have to be within.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you want, I guess I would throw it back and say, why would you not want to know what the real number is?
I can only imagine how our systems accumulate information, and it is not probably very pretty on how it comes together. And so getting close enough in some of these things is what we have to work with. I mean, $25,000 to get to the nth degree doesn't add any
I
more
don't think
value
they're
to
saying
me.
it's going to cost $25,000.
Well, the point is, if it's 98% accurate,
I don't know that it is. I don't know that you can make that.
We'll give it to Brian.
okay, I'm just still trying to understand why.
My question would be, does that figure relate to what we're doing right here? Or is that another discussion? I mean, it was the whole purpose of asking for an open enrollment policy.
I think it's
to reduce the number of open enrollment students in our district. What was the outcome?
I think it does relate for me, as we're discussing our open enrollment policy, because our policy, it is the statistics behind the policy. And this policy should be considered in Dr. Peterson's multi-year plan that he's working on. Because, to what Board Member Perlenberg said earlier, we could use open enrollment as a lever to fill our empty schools. And do we want to do that? Well, let's talk about it. And you need to, before you can determine where you want to go, you have to know where you are. I don't know why you wouldn't want to know what that figure
No,
is.
we'll get the number, we'll get it from Brian, we'll get a recorded report, I'll make sure it goes in the board.
Okay, and then Mr. Silverberg and then Mr. Jackson has to
Oh,
leave.
all right, thanks.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll try to make it quick then, and, but to your point, I do agree very strongly that you have to look at both sides. The positives of open enrollment, we all know there's benefits and positive things to open enrollment. And then there is that negative side that, to me, over the last few years, as far as the feelings, opinions, and the perceptions of our stakeholders, which we all represent here today, I mean, I feel it's important to bring a perception of those SUSD stakeholders, are open enrollment included. Like you said, once they're in, and once they're SUSD students in both attitude and in their heart, I don't care where they are. I agree with you there. But to not look at that other factor because you're afraid of undoing the good, to me, we've kind of done that for the last several years in our district, and especially going back a few years quite strongly. And that has created, for some in our district, a perception that has hurt us in the long run. It's not all of our problems, it's not all of our declining enrollment issues, but it's a factor that is worthy of looking at and examining, because yes, as we attempt to address our enrollment, to address our district and competing and everything, to not have that side of the picture and that perception, within our discussions, I just think is detrimental. So trying to get totally back on track and prepare for Tuesday night, I feel those discussions are out there in our future somewhere, I hope. But I understand that this has to have a policy in place. I agree that I think the ad hoc committee, the changes in the dates, and this is a great step, and I certainly commend everyone who has been addressing these issues, because I think it's been a long time coming, honestly. So I think this is great, and this is a good step,
my question still goes back as far as coming up on Tuesday night, this transportation language that has been added.
We will get that sent tomorrow.
How, again, what is the purpose of it specifically? What does it open up for us for in the future? And that language.
Yeah, for us, we'll get it corrected tomorrow, because it's only grandfathered in those Rio Verde students. I don't know why ASBA had it, but for us, that's the only reason is so we can take those Rio Verde students that are grandfathered in.
Okay.
So we'll get that clarified out tomorrow. Well, if they're McKinney-Vento, they would have been our students already.
Okay.
So they would be open enrolled.
Okay. And they are addressed in the,
Yeah.
transportation policy. Well, thank you, everybody. Give us a lot to think about. Also, you will get the transportation changes out to us. I'd encourage all board members to focus as soon as possible. Send your concerns in for the meeting, and hopefully we can get some of this done. They've been working for years yet. I was out for 1 second. Did you close the cable the last time or the time? Oh, yeah. No. Okay. I didn't know if you were done. It sounded like you were ready to leave. Yes. I'd like to make a motion to table the item 3D, discussion on rental manual, leases and rental policies, which was an information discussion item. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. One passes 5-0. Future items, board members, and I would ask that you really take into consideration being respectful of all of the items that we already have, try to finish before the end of the year. I don't know if we've got that out there yet, but it's a lot.
So back to the discussion around the minutes, the special meetings, and not the minutes for the special meetings, but the documents that we're reviewing as a board during those special meetings, sharing them with the public, just like we do our Tuesday night meetings. And then just a suggestion to think about, I don't know the logistics behind it, but we now have the Coronado boardroom that has all kinds of video cameras that could solve a lot of the special meetings with the audio by just doing it there and using the video, just like we do our Tuesday night meeting. Suggestion. And then the other question I had is, when are we going to talk about the budget again? Because at our last meeting, I thought what we said is we would bring it back in April, but I didn't see it on Tuesday night's agenda.
I have it next for May 7th, but I think the reason was because the budget committee had one final meeting to do, but I can tell you that in this Friday's board report, I will be sending you a budget update that shows our recommendations to balance where we are to date to cover everything we've done and the $400,000 horizontal movement cost. And then that's kind of providing the board so we can have that discussion on May of what other things do we want to do.
The reason I ask is there's quite a bit of anxiety with teachers around the budget, and not so much parents yet, but mostly teachers. They won't be privy to that board report. Do we really want to have them wait till May?
I could probably pull something after the budget committee. I think we want to.
When is that? Thursday?
Next week, I think. Is it
23rd.
next week? Or the 23rd?
23rd.
So, what is the angst with the teachers?
Well, I'm going to ask you, at this
Okay,
point
I'll
in
talk
time,
offline.
this is the time to talk about a topic,
Yeah.
not about the pros or the cons or anything around it, because it's not on the
You're right.
agenda. Bring us back to that. And I have noted those topics. Anybody else? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the special meeting.
Second.
Thank you. I'm afraid nobody will. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0. Thank you, board members. Thank you, administrators, staff. Oh, yes. Board members, 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 thank you, administrators, staff. Oh, staff, board members, thank you, administrators, staff. Oh, staff, board members, thank you, administrators, staff.